time to move. Alright, so thanks to my past self, I left myself this very clear note here, what I was going to do. My idea was that this, not necessarily the snap down, but the fact that this is triggering like almost every other frame. Just because when I hit the ground, you know, I cancel my velocity, and the next tick I add that velocity, and somehow I don't hit the ground or something. I don't know exactly what it was. But what I do know is that I shouldn't be detaching from the ground as often as I am when I'm literally sitting still. I think it was also causing the case where I would be standing still and I would like slowly like jitter across the ground and move. So I should solve that one too. Right. Use a very short ray cast. Check if the previous ground is still there. Then apply last ground details back to ground details. Possibly update parameters. If not, run snap down code. They should fix that. So I believe the snap down has a minimum distance that it has to move you, or else it doesn't do it. Right, this is snap down. Length squared is less than that. So this is... that'll be this. So I guess what I can do is I can run this. Or this be my distance that I travel, right? So I'll go 0.001 on the raycast. I will start slightly above my last collision point and then cast that length down. And if the ground is still there, then I'm just going to say, yeah, that's still my ground. It needs to be from... well, I guess it really needs to be from my position. Yeah, my current position. I do apply motion here. So I guess at the end of this, I will be using my global position to try and detect ground beneath me. Yeah. I guess what I would want to do is I only want to apply this if I haven't moved very far. So if my global position is approximately equal to my last position, then I run the test. If it's not, then I won't run the test. Well, no, I need to, because it's even happening when I'm walking. Yeah, what I'll do, I would like to know if, well, I need to do the raycast. I'm hoping that the raycast gives me information on the ground that I've hit. Essentially, I'm just kind of looking at this. And maybe I'll make this a different function, actually. It's probably a good idea. Let's call it check last ground. I'll put it here. Give it a note. Was it check last ground? All right, so essentially I will go from, I guess I can do some constants here. Offset would just be, I think this is the length of the test. So I'll go one above that. This length isn't a method. I'll just do length and then offset will be length divided by 2. So essentially I go from here to up direction times offset. And then I do position minus up direction. Let me actually just call this offset. I'll go one over that, just so it can be okay. We use our collision mask and we ignore ourselves for this raycast. So if we don't hit a raycast, we return. If I have to do a boolean, I don't hit the ground. This returns true. Good. So if I get this raycast, so I need to know the colliding object's ID, the collider and the colliding object ID, the intersecting object's RID. Okay, good. This is what I wanted. I was hoping I would get that because I believe when I set ground details, Snapdown will apply ground details. Using a raycast, apply ground details, result. It needs a normal, a point, and a collider. Colliding bodies attached object given a collision index. Awesome. It looks like I get the exact same things there. Collider, the position. I do get the normal. The object surface normal. Good. Okay, so if I get a raycast, I wonder if I should just accept it. If I draw a line beneath me and I get something, should I just say, yep, that's ground? I guess so, right? The reason I wanted to provide myself last ground is so that I could check. This also doesn't handle the case where I'm going down a slope, probably. Maybe it would. This is... okay. Snap down should bring me back to the ground if I've actually detached. Using a bit more of a complicated test. Really, this body test motion is the killer for something like this. Snap down is that short? Wow. If I move less than this amount, then I don't do that. I guess I just do apply. Raycast.position. It only returns something if the return object is dictionary. Raycast did not return then an empty dictionary, which evaluates to false. So I would get also collider. Should I only accept it if it's the same object? I guess I could do that. Not raycast or not. Yeah, I would love to have... Alright, well, what is it? Body. What are you talking about? Why are these highlighted? Oh, cannot be used as a type. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. If I can draw a very short line down, and it's the same object that we were using as the ground on the last frame, then we'll just say, yeah, the ground is still there, right? The same ground is still there. If it's not, if we don't collide or the body is not the same, then we say, yep, this is either different ground, we need to start applying gravity or some kind of force or do something, right? And I will do a little print here. In fact, I guess you need the print inside of check last ground. Whoop. Okay, so I should not see this land out on the ground. Okay, it's still happening. Really? Landed on ground. If ground details has ground. Ah. If not grounded. If grounded and ground details does not have ground. How did we detach? Not grounded. The only time this happens is here. I guess I can do a printout here and say... I guess I'll do a break there too. This should be getting called if... so I had 3 landed on grounds happen. And this didn't trip once. So unfortunately... body is null. I did get a collision with the terrain, so that's good. Yeah, my last ground is null. Why would grounded be false here? Grounded is set to false when you jump. I guess let me do that just in case. Ground state is grounded or ground steep. So we're going to start not grounded. This is strange. Somehow we are detaching. Somehow we detach. Landed on ground. This is fine. I'm dropping right now. I'll hit continue. Landed on ground again. That's not correct. How is grounded false? What? How do we collide with the ground and then detach from the ground? Okay, let me run this. I expect to get that not grounded right away. Okay. Have we landed? We have not landed, so we're still falling. Still falling. Okay, we've landed. Okay, we're not grounded. Ground state should be says current value is 0, but I don't believe that. Unless 0 is grounded. 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 is not grounded. 1 and 2 are grounded. Okay. So we've landed. Yes, so this is not correct. It shouldn't be possible for me to be not grounded, and then the very next frame be grounded. What? How is grounded false? How did I already set myself to be not grounded? Oh, that's strange. There's a second place that I set it? No. How is ground state already 3 if I haven't done that? Is player doing something weird? No. Okay, I gotta put a setter on this to find out when. I don't understand how this is already set to 3. And the very last frame it should have been set. Let me do this. Let me do a printout every time I call update movement that just says oh, is this? This is coming from zombies, isn't it? That would make sense. This is coming from zombies. Okay, I gotta turn the zombies off. No spawning. Zombie, you are disabled. Only player. Only the player. That would explain that. Physics frames. Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna get cannot parse class zombie. Literally how? Ah. I'm just gonna put a pass there so that I can land on this line. Okay, so I expect this. We're still not grounded, I expect this. Still not grounded, I expect this. I'm waiting until I hit landed. There we go. So it took us 5 ticks. We're the only one ticking. Good. So I've landed. Now okay. Just gonna hit continue and see. Alright, the game is just running right now. Oh, Cannot maintain ground. Okay. So this is what I don't want to happen. Last ground. So the raycast came back with nothing. So we tried. That kind of sucks. I would like to know, at least, where this happened. Hey, Danilyn. Beautiful darling. What is the problem today? A while ago, I did something to allow me to bunny hop that kind of made the movement a little bit jittery sometimes. Land on the ground, and we should stay the same. So I'm trying to get that to not happen. Because essentially what just happened right there is I walked up that hill and I flew off the ground, apparently. So I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. Well, it's not necessarily that it's a glitch, it's more of an intentional thing that you can just jump on the very same frame that you hit the ground, which prevents friction from applying. But to support that, because I've made other changes and that kind of broke it, which has made jumping really weird. I essentially just have to like delete my ground velocity. Oh, which I do have to make sure. Right, I mean, this should still happen. But it's more that this case right here, not necessarily that case, but... Ah, wait, what is this? Hang on. Maybe that won't solve it. It's definitely this line. I don't know, I was tired yesterday. I didn't exactly think too hard about it. I just said, oh, this is definitely the line, and then I need to fix that, and then what I'm coming up with might not actually work. I mean, it does. Well, not really. It applies on the same frame you hit the ground, but only if you're not jumping on that same frame. But this is more... I keep detaching from the ground. Every time this runs... Ah, wait. Yeah, so this will stop happening. I mean... Alright, never mind. I'm still right. The glitch is that this is happening when I'm not actually leaving the ground. What I'm doing now won't prevent me from correctly jumping on the same frame that I touched the ground, because I will be detached to attached. But this is just, I'm going up a hill and suddenly it's like, oh, we flew off the ground. And then we delete my upwards velocity, which causes like momentary stuttering. So I just have to not do that. I have to not detach from the ground when I'm still on the ground. Alright, but I got these coordinates here. My classic My classic strategy of printing out the positions and then putting 3D markers at those locations and seeing, does that make sense? And apparently I can't copy them, I have to type them in manually. Alright. Same X position, this one is 1199, and that's the same one again. Well, yeah, that would not collide, I guess. I guess what I should do is just go very slightly above my position. Only very slightly. Because this raycast should have collided here. This ground is definitely not steep enough for this to happen. And I should actually be using... I guess what I would do is I would take... Getting a different idea here. I do want this to still work on steeper slopes. So maybe what I do is... Maybe this is just bad. Okay, so, well, first of all, I shouldn't be losing the ground. Losing the ground here is bad, so let me solve that problem. And then I think I need to rethink how I'm removing my velocity. I think what I should do is take off, check the velocity of what I'm landing on, remove that portion of my current velocity. So if the ground velocity I'm landing on is 0, I won't remove any velocity. Essentially just say, whatever my velocity is from the ground, just take that as my current velocity. And then on the jumping thing, if I jump, I set my velocity in the direction of the jump to the velocity of the platform again, same thing, and then apply the jump. Because what was happening is I would essentially have like I would have like the perfect opposite of my jump. So I hit the ground and I do the jump, and that just basically resets my velocity and doesn't actually add anything. So basically I hit the ground and I stall. Nothing happens. Alright, but detaching from the ground is bad. So my thought here is I take my global position, or I guess I would take my velocity. My thought is I take the velocity that I just had, try to read ahead to say where the ground could be from the last normal. And then I say, is the same ground at that position? That might just be too complicated. Let me just do this. I start up very slightly and then I go down I guess I could just go like half a centimeter down. Would that have solved this case? This is game. Would that have solved this case? That's game. 0. And then that would not have solved this case. Alright, so then I think what I should do is I should use this last ground, the position of that, read ahead. So take the difference between here and here, apply it twice. Yeah. This is what I will do. So from will be global position plus 2 times the difference of... I guess I should check that last ground is still a thing. Let me just assume that I get it. Times the difference between, this is target. Is this the right direction? So essentially take that point, this difference. I guess I don't even do that, I just add the difference. Does this move it backwards? If I'm at 0 and I go to 1, my last ground is at 0. So it'd be 1 minus 0. So it'd be 1 plus 1. If I go from 1 to 0, goal position is 0 plus 0 minus 1 should be negative 1. So yeah, I'm still reading it ahead. Good. All right. Or should I actually be reading it as like the offset? I should have last position, right? Do I have last position? I don't seem to have that. Yeah, let me track last position. Oh, look at that. Last position's right here. Alright, let me not save it up here then. And I just pass it in. Last position. So I just want this offset that I have. So I take my global position plus the difference between my last position and last ground position. Okay, so now I get the point ahead. If the ground stays the same, that I would expect to collide with. So start up slightly, read it down slightly. Let me actually go up a little bit more than that. Okay, and now I read this. And I should hope that walking along here is fine. I gotta click through this a couple times. Let me take that one off. I'm sure that one's not gonna trigger anymore. Okay. I just walk up this slope. And there it is. Cannot maintain ground. Okay, so the from and the to are definitely wrong. What? How is it so bad? Last ground is empty. How? How is last ground empty? What? Ground details is empty. That doesn't make sense. What? Oh, well, I guess it would be cleared. No. No, 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 no. How was this cleared? Am I being lied to, actually? Okay, that makes sense. But last ground details. Last ground is empty. Yeah, let me run this from there. Because this shouldn't be possible. If I have ground, I have ground details. Guaranteed. So I'm going to continue until I get landed. Okay, so I expect to have ground details at this point. I do. It's empty. Ground details is also empty. How is that possible? I haven't called one of these yet, which means I should have ground details. That doesn't make sense. And I was watching it over there, I saw it hit null all of a sudden. Let me do... This is going to be really annoying. Because I know that a lot of this stuff... I know this debugger is crap. It's really nice, but it's also crap. And it lies to you about the values of stuff. It could be very possible that this is not actually empty. But I did just have a state where it told me... I mean, the problem is that I've had bugs where the values in the inspector don't match the value that is like printed. Like it could say, the from and the to could say 0, but when I print them, or they could have like a crazy value, but when I print them they have a totally different value. This was definitely the case with velocity. Velocity was printing like non-zero values. Like I would literally have a print statement that's like, if velocity is 0, it would print the velocity it's saying that it's 0. And if it's not 0, it would print the velocity value. And it would be in the debugger, and the debugger says it's 0, and I click continue, and it jumps down to the case where it's not 0. and then it prints out a value that's not 0, but the debugger said 0. So I'm immediately skeptical of that. I have no idea how it's possible that I didn't run this method, that I didn't hit this line, because that's the only way I can get down here, is if, let me just do this. Let me just say not grounded, and then I'll do print grounded. Let me just run this, take these off, and leave my breakpoint inside of that. Okay, weird. Essentially what's going to happen here is we're going to say grounded, but last ground details is going to be empty. Is it that the object doesn't duplicate? That would make sense. If the object doesn't duplicate. Grounded true. So we're about to go to not having ground. I bet it's that this is ground was grounded. I don't even use that. I bet it's the case that this doesn't duplicate. For some reason, this one doesn't duplicate. How do I copy this? Can I do... Let me track it as a global. Not a global, but just out here. This one isn't used at all, is it? Yeah, it's not used at all. I'm just going to go and get rid of that. Because I did have an issue where this object being made anew every frame was having a substantial impact on the speed, the performance of this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say apply ground details to last ground details, and I'm gonna use this one's stuff before I reset it. Dude, I wish it would give me the only thing that I would want here. Ground, I don't even know, is it like position? Normal, contact point, and body. Okay. So I transfer it over. Let's walk straight over here. Okay, it broke right as I reached the top of the hill, which is better. But I expect now last ground details has some real values. It does. Good. Yeah, it was definitely the case that it wasn't copying it, it was getting a reference to it. Which I thought they always copied. I guess not. I guess regular objects are never copied. They're always by reference. You have to manually copy them. I'm fine with that. Jump in here. The from and the to should come out to be reasonable values. Good. We're going we're going half a centimeter down. So this shouldn't match global position. Last position. Yeah, these are slightly different. Yeah, these are slightly different. Good. Essentially, I got the offset from this contact point in the last position, and I'm trying to apply that same contact point, or check the same contact point in the future, or now, I guess, and see if that same ground is still there. So I'll go over this, and I get the raycast, and what do we get? We did not get a hit. So let me go and see where this is. And this one probably makes sense because it was directly at the top of the hill. So I don't think I'll be too bothered by this one, because I might have already fixed it. I'm not getting any maintained ground happening, so perhaps I just wasn't creating the bug. Probably. This is really small. Should I go for... Let me look at global position, where I'm at right now. Of course, I'm not actually allowed to see that. But I guess I can see it here, hopefully, possibly. It won't show up here because this is not an exported variable. Or I guess I would actually see position here. Yeah, this is position. Okay. Guess I'm just gonna copy these and these on my player. Whoa. Something just got on my eye. Huh? Wait, what? Apparently I'm not actually looking at the right value. Wait, what? That's really weird. I can't get the same Y value, but the other ones are changed. What's going on? What? The X value is different, but the Y value isn't. But they're not... Did I like move the whole character when I did that? I think it moved the whole character when I did that. That's dumb. I have to rerun this and look at this again. Okay, weird. This one triggered very quickly. Alright, well, I guess I should see this one work then. From here to there. Okay. I really expect this one to work. It did not. Wait, last position 2. From 1 to... That doesn't make sense. Last position is at 2, which makes sense. That's where I should be. Oh, wait, I put myself in the ground. I'm an idiot. Get out of the ground. Okay. Let me run this way. Oh, happened immediately. Good. I would like to see this work. Let me check. We are grounded the whole time. Nothing strange. Good, good. I expect to see... Apparently that local value doesn't actually show up for some reason. Well, I guess it's not actually a local value. Alright, but last ground. Good. Values. Last position. We're in the air. Wait, last ground is... Yeah. Why is the last ground position like a whole centimeter below my last position? Where am I right now? Does that make sense? I mean, the last ground position should be above my current position because I'm hitting, like, the bottom of my character is here, but I'm hitting ground over here, like up and in front of me. So that actually doesn't make sense why the ground is beneath me. My contact point is underneath the character. I guess I'll just leave it for now because if it works, then it works. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna... I feel like it's not gonna work. Yeah, it didn't work. Okay. Let me check the character's current position. Yeah, these values make sense. This is kind of where I was. Yep. It's kind of where I was. Oh, I wish I could copy all of these. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Don't move anything. Don't move anything. Alright, let me just plug these in. Right, there's from. Here's to. That one's very close. It would have hit. But I have a feeling that the ground position is kind of wrong, too. Because yeah, as you can see, like I'm traveling forward and the ground position that I'm hitting should be like up and in front of me. So my last position should be lower than the last ground position, but it's not, it's higher. Maybe this is my initial contact. No, it couldn't be. Yeah, how did this happen? This is really weird. Okay. So let me get my proper position here. I basically need to like write it down here before I actually change it, because otherwise it's going to change that value too for some reason. And I wonder if I should just use a longer test, but I kind of don't want to. I guess I need to use a test that's as long as I can pretty much stand to say. I mean, does it actually matter how long the test is? If I am reading ahead and I collide with the same ground that I was in the last frame, the same exact ground body at the same position, I mean, of course it matters like how long I'm checking, because it would be like if I'm walking off a ledge, I need to read down. Have I typed these numbers incorrectly? Okay. So I'm going to go to local player and move the player to this position. Okay. I do like that these are not in the same exact spot. Although the weird thing is that, like, I'm not actually reading down at all. I'm reading very far up. This is very far up. This seems too far up. From minus the up direction times this value. Yeah, this is just what's weird. The last position and the last ground position seem like they're just wrong. Because I'm like not reading down at all. I'm definitely not reading down at all. I'm like reading it at my same height. How is that possible? How is that my last contact point with the ground? This value up here is really close to my last like contact point with the ground. Way up in the air. How does that make any sense? And this is my last position. Let me try plugging in my last position then. Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, this looks more like where I actually... This is the weird thing. I think I was walking this direction. This looks more like where I would do a test at this spot, not where I actually was. If I compare these two should be very close to the same X and Z. They are pretty close. But yeah, that Y value is just super strange. Because this is like the line that I'm traveling in right now, right? Yeah. That's like the line that I'm traveling in. I guess I could just draw a longer line. Because I do have quite a lot of space there. Right, I'll do like a little centimeter. I might trigger this right away. Here we go. Right, does the ground and this make sense? The last ground is underneath me again. Strangely beneath me. I don't know. This one I expect to be hitting. It did not hit. Why is this so difficult? Am I going to have this case again where it's like measuring very like weirdly in a weird looking spot, I guess. A spot that doesn't seem to make sense. Okay, and here's my last position. Or rather, I need to take my current position. And put my character over there. Yeah, you know, that just straight up doesn't make sense. Why am I reading all the way over there to the side? Why am I not reading in front of myself? And why is it again that this value, this one, which is like the furthest distance down, is barely down at all? It's barely beneath me. It should be reading out like in front of me. It should be reading, you know, closer to here. Like this should be like way over here. Like way over here. Is where that should be reading. Okay, let me put that one back to where it was and see if my last position makes sense for this. This is like inside of my character. Like how is my collision point inside of the character? Okay. What's the actual collision point? To write this down. I must just be not adding this correctly, but I feel like I am adding it correctly. Let's use B, because I know this one's just way off. A is very close to my predicted collision point. Did I type those in right? I should have. Yeah, no, that's that's not it. That is not where my character is touching the ground. Because I mean, even the thing is, what I do is, if this is based on my character's current position, which is here, I should be starting like here on my character body up there and going down. And what I'm really doing is I need this position again. Yeah, this is completely in the wrong position. This is the completely wrong direction. So I must be, I mean, I have to be adding it wrong. Plus the difference between my last, I guess these two just have to be swapped. These two must be swapped around because that's like just the actual wrong direction. That is actually the wrong direction. It's like going up and in front of me instead of down into my, like, behind me, which is what it was when I was standing on the ground earlier. I'm going to skip that one because I don't care about that collision. Okay. Now, before I even run this, I want to see if this makes sense. I mean, I guess I can run it and see if it hits it anyway, just so I know whether to be angry or happy. 7. Oh my gosh, we got a hit. Okay. It hit in the right spot. I don't know how I get that wrong. I get that wrong a lot. It must be that I was just adding these in the wrong direction. gonna have the best character movement controller in the industry by the end of this, with how tedious I'm doing all this stuff. That looks good. Because this is a predicted position that I would hit. That makes sense. It's barely above the ground. In fact, I'm almost concerned at how barely above the ground that actually is, because I feel like I might have missed that. So I'm going to go slightly further than that. A little bit further. A little bit further up. Because that feels really close to like missing it. That feels really close to missing it. Okay. Now I'm still going to go through all this and verify that I have the right, you know, things look correct still. This is my current position. Okay. Does this look like where I might be colliding? Is this a good guess? That's a really good guess. That makes sense. That does make sense as a guess, I would say. I would say that's a perfect guess. Okay. Now this value, I feel like I don't want it to be quite so long. So do a little bit less than a centimeter. Now I will look at last position and last collision position to be absolutely certain that this is coming in correctly. Okay, and then this is my predicted collision point, so B can be moved. And I have to write this down because it's over here. Okay, B. Go there. I honestly would like to be able to just right-click this and click copy position, copy vector 3 or something, and then just be able to paste that in somewhere else. Because it can literally just copy number, new line character, number, new line character, number. And when I click paste, it's like, oh, your clipboard contains number, new line, number, new line, number. Right? Okay. Does this make sense as a collision point for where my character currently is? That makes a lot of sense. That makes perfect sense. That's a good spot. Okay. Alright, so this should be keeping me stuck to the ground now. I can take off some of these breakpoints, I think. It should be good. I'm still printing 2 times per frame. Game can handle that. Ooh, crazy stutter. Okay. Maintaining ground. Good. I'm getting some maintaining ground. Good. So I should probably go over to the test world. Oh, very strange. What? What's wrong with the test world? Why is my body broken? Why is my body broken? Now I gotta disable this guy. So I can be sure he's not printing stuff. Although he's not doing update movement, so... Why is my body broken here? Oh, wrong place. Here. I feel like I need to just delete the player that's sitting here. Just delete that. I mean, that just can't be correct. I'm not sure why. I'm like facing the wrong way and moving backwards. It's really strange. Also, I would like to just go and set his position to be very precise here. It's probably about where he was sitting before. Not facing backwards? I hit the wrong thing. This one. Don't face backwards. I'm facing backwards and walking backwards. Or no, I'm just like... I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on there. Why is the test world all busted up? Was it camera attributes somehow? I hit the wrong thing again. Please. Very weird. Why do I move the wrong way? Transform. Negative 31.5. And there should also be zeros. Is this like camera smoothing? Is that what's happening? No, that wouldn't make sense. But I guess I do have it turned on. Technically. In the main world, so maybe that's it. The wrong thing again. Okay, interesting. So smoothing is necessary for my camera to function? Alright. That's fine, I guess. Weird bug, though. Wrong thing again. Alright, good old T-pose. Love that. So I can turn off, I think, probably the printing for now. That, then this and this. Okay, let's see if anything, I hit the wrong thing. Let's see if anything weird is going on with movement now. That felt a bit strange. I mean, I say it felt strange, but maybe it's not strange. That is indeed a steep hill. I can still kind of launch off. I can't jump up this though right now. That was weird. It was like snapping me back down. Something really weird is happening around there, for sure. The step down is triggering, which maybe it shouldn't be. How can I do that? I need to do this again. Weird. I can't reproduce that. That's like a really bad... movement bug, if that happens. Whoa, okay. I can get like extra jump, it seems, if I do it after I do a snap. I can. I guess I'll probably leave that, because that's not the one I'm trying to fix right now. I was trying to make sure that ramps weren't being weird. Well, I just shot through that guy. The walking is very strange. Alright, let me go back to the normal world and walk around these slopes. I don't want to see that weird snapping happening. When I was going up and down stuff. I mean, I'm still gonna get it, I think. It happens especially when I get the landed. It's not happening anymore. Whoa, what was that? Cool. Stairs still suck. You know what, that's fine. I fixed the issue with this. which is like a generic problem, really, that detaching from the ground is pretty bad. I'm getting not grounded set when I'm walking up the hill, though. Is that when I'm up the hill, or it's more like when I'm going down, so that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's acceptable there. Okay. I think I'll leave this. Seems good. Gradually adding more and more complexity to it. Someday it will cause me problems. So what I really want to do here is take the velocity of the ground in my direction. So let me do something like yeah, because I removed the up direction and then I apply the ground velocity, which is not correct. I think what I should do is just take red. So I kind of need this for jumping. So let me go here to where I jump. And before I apply a jump, essentially what I'm going to do is, if I'm grounded and wants jump, so I'm going to take on, I'm going to set my direction. Okay, so this is my strategy. Then apply jump. Yeah, the jump take full effect. So I need to have my, I take my current, yeah, I think essentially what I do is I take my current jump direction, I take my velocity. Oh, this is weird. Maybe I just take it in the up direction. I can do this. I have, it's possible at this point that the jump that I'm about to apply matches the direction that I'm falling in. So maybe what I do is I just take the direction I'm falling in. Yeah, I think I take the opposite of my jump direction. So if my jump is going to be forward, I essentially take this direction and take that out of my velocity. And then I add that direction's ground velocity. Right, I go to the opposite again and I take this, and I take this, I set this as my current velocity. Okay. Remove. Yeah. Alright, so let me do this. Remove velocity. Opposite to jump direction. Yeah, because this will even allow you to do like a jump, spin around, and then press jump again to instantly kill your velocity in that direction. This is what this would allow. I mean, not entirely. I just remove velocity opposite to jump. So let me do this. Let me do... jump power. I will remove this much velocity. So... yeah, I essentially just take my velocity and add the negative of this without crossing 0. Or can I take the dot product? No. That would be the dot product, right? Yeah. Dot product projects... essentially projects, or can be used to project one vector onto another. Let me double check this. It's been a little while. Can I get some, like... A dot B... Huh. I mean, okay, so it's just A times B plus A times B. This Wikipedia page is not very good at visualizing that. Can I get a proper visualization of this? A dot B would be 66. I guess you need a unit vector for one of them. If you use a unit vector. Oh, man. So jump direction should already be unit vector. Yeah. Wait, is this normalized? I know I've written this at some point and said, yes, this is guaranteed to be normalized. Is that true? If I take 80% of a unit vector and add 20% of another unit vector, is the resulting vector guaranteed to be normalized? Also a unit vector. Okay, I don't know. Alright, let me not do that. So essentially I want to take... So I'm jumping forward. If I'm just jumping straight up at 5, at like a power of 5, I want to take my velocities down and subtract 5 from that. but I need to make sure the directions match. So, my stream title, by the way. I guess that's fine. So, I take, if I'm moving forward slightly, but I'm also moving down 5, I want to keep that forward movement. Is it just as simple as subtracting? Because I have to consider what happens if I change direction. So if I am moving down 3 and I say to subtract 5, that's going to be not good. I'll only want to subtract the 3. I guess I could do dot products on both. Do I have the unit vector of my velocity at this point? Movement, okay, movement direction's not it. Yeah, I like never normalize this, I think. I'm only doing dot products with the velocity. Let me look at this really quick. I want to see if this documentation confirms the angle. 0 for right angles, greater than 0 for using normalized vectors. There's will always be -1 when the vectors are facing opposite to normalized vectors. Yeah, I guess my question is, which one do I normalize, and then which one does that mean? I guess it means the non-normalized one projected into the direction of normalized one. Is what that really means. Yeah, the non-normalized one projected into the direction of the normalized one. Okay. Or this would just be yeah, I would add. Oh, this is weird. Jump direction times yeah, this doesn't seem right though, because I feel like this is adding velocity if your jump direction matches. Yeah, this can't be right. I guess it would actually be to Slide out, yeah, the negative jump direction. Plus... Not even sliding out the negative jump direction, but just... No, yeah, I can't do that. Can't do that. Not like that. What am I trying to do? Really, I just want to remove jump direction times jump power. So I'm going to take the direction that I'm currently moving in. So that could be down. So I'll take this jump direction and subtract I guess what I mean to do is what does slide do? Let me check this. It returns a vector perpendicular to this. So this is velocity without this direction. The negative direction. So it's more like I want to perform a slide, but not a full slide. So let me go look at what slide is implemented as, because this will give me what I'm looking for. It's probably defined in here. So this minus normal dot normal. Okay, that's what I want. I want this minus jump direction times jump power times the dot of jump direction. That's what I want. Minus jump direction times jump power times velocity dot jump direction, negative jump direction. This will, though, add... This does add, though. Right? If my velocity is already in the direction of my jump, this will dot it with the negative. Man. I just have to like sit here and visualize this. 1 second. Right, so I take velocity. Back to visualizing. Back to visualizing in my mind. Maybe I should just draw this out. The dot product will project velocity onto that. So if that 90 degrees, this should return 0. If in the same direction, start taking velocity minus jump direction. Scale to the power. Or just jump direction. I don't even need to think about power, but just jump direction. With the dot of the negative jump direction. So velocity and jump and the opposite of your jump direction are matching. I'm taking your velocity and I'm subtracting the positive. So it should probably be this, but then times the negative value instead. Or I guess in that case I could just say add. So if your velocity and your jump direction match, the dot product would end up being more like a negative value. So I take velocity, add. I guess what I want to do is I actually want to take this dot product, and only if the value is positive. If the value is negative, that means my velocity is already in the direction of my jump. So that's fine. So I guess what I do here is just say if I dot with the negative jump direction is greater than 0, then I want to do this. So if my velocity is opposite to my jump direction, I need to add that amount. Remove velocity opposite the jump direction. I guess I could even just say if this is negative, this is less than 0, then yeah, I would just run this. I mean, I could even do, I guess I could say this as a variable. It's probably fine, because it's basically going to be saved anyway. Actually, I wonder if it's faster to store a variable or just perform the same calculation twice and then do like the variable lookup or something. So if this comes out to be negative, this would be adding it. So I'd be doing velocity add the jump in this direction. And I guess I only want to do it yeah, I want to scale it to jump power. But I guess I have to do a check here. If because now you say, what if my velocity is like -3? Right, but my jump power would be 5. I only want to remove the 3. So I guess I can check. I mean, I guess I need a variable there at this point. 1 second. Or a minute. Take the dog out. I will be right back. I'm back. Okay. So I need... I guess this would be speed opposite jump. Or speed opposite jump is greater than 0. Then I will do velocity minus I guess this would be, yeah, minus jump direction times the smaller value of speed opposite jump and jump power. This will be adding. Okay. Right. Red, don't mess up the bed. He's gonna do it. He's gonna mess up the bed. Okay. He just looks at me like, bro, you don't need to take it that far down. Lay down. Good boy. Lay down. I don't get it. He pulls the bed sheets down so he's like making a pillow to lay on, but he pulls them down so far. Like almost pushes them off the bed sometimes. I don't know why. Alright, so it gets rid of that. No more than the actual speed. And he decided he doesn't want to be in here anymore. Remove velocity opposite the jump. Then I want to take the ground velocity in the jump direction. Then apply the jump. So I have ground. So then I've taken off all the velocity opposite to my jump direction. And now I guess the thought is, if I'm adding the velocity of the ground that I'm touching, maybe I don't even have to do this. Maybe this is enough for now. Maybe just make this as a to-do. No. No. Go lay down. You just messed it up, Red. You're staying. No. You don't even want it back the way you had it. You got that set up so nicely, Red. He set himself up so nicely, now he doesn't even want it back. He's gonna lay on top of it. I think this is probably fine for now. I don't even think I need that to do. I just want to remove velocity opposite to my jump direction. Either the speed in that direction or the jump power. So if I'm moving 3 in that direction, I only move 3. If I'm moving 10 in that direction, my jump power is 5 and I remove 5. Yeah, this would be like minus the negative jump direction, which just means positive. Okay, so I should be able to still do jumps nicely. Nice, and that effect is also now in. I probably should have made this easier. I'm not really missing, but yeah, this should have the effect of like reversing me faster. I think I'm missing it actually. I'm gonna make it a bit easier. I'm gonna make it really easy for myself, because I'm missing it a bunch. At least I think I am. It's kind of hard to tell if I'm missing it or not. I don't know. I was thinking about setting up some way that I could have feedback if I hit it, so I don't have to make it easier. I just have to see if it still says that I'm hitting it, but I'm just gonna set jump to be window and twice as big. Very easy. I wonder if there's like some like other time tracking thing in our mind, because it seems like once values get like close to like 1/10 of a second, they start being way more. I feel like I can tell the difference in time way easier. This is pretty cool. I can like correct myself too. All right. That seems good. And that's only a change on jumping. Essentially what was happening before is me hitting the ground would prevent me from getting the jump. But it does seem like there's an effect where if I reverse, I get a lot more height. I mean, whatever. I'm actually okay with that. If I'm getting like a double jump or something, not a double jump, but I'm getting like extra height, I'm okay with that. That's fixed there. I can take this off now. Alright, this is good. Good fixes here. Last ground details. Yeah, remove that. I don't need this. And add the extra line as well. May as well go and remove this one. Remove velocity opposite the jump direction. Only up to that. Yeah, I think it does kind of mean that I get... Well, not really. Not really. I think because I'm still only removing it opposite. So it should... And I'm limiting it too. It's still limited to this. Just tracking the last ground, and then this is doing a thing to try and keep me on the ground. So an extra line of 467 above zero velocity. That's player. Extra line, and then that's extra. Cool, and then I think I have to set life to not be this sub. Well, actually, that should be fixed, right? Player doesn't have a sub resource for this one. It uses that. Good. Some old stuff there in testing that's kind of broke. That's fine. The sun moved slightly. I think it's because of... That should be due to refraction, which is fine. Did the moon? Oh, this value got closer to 0. And then I'm guessing one of these probably changed to a random number, random digit. No. Okay. And I'll turn the zombie back on in the test world. Just so I don't end up coming back here in the future and I'm like, why is my zombie T-posing, you know? And then spend a while trying to figure out why. Test world, those things just moved around and that's fine. Camera attributes did change. That updated. I'll set targeting and spawning back. Or I guess I can leave targeting off, but spawning on. Yeah, and there is an extra line there that I was wondering if that should be there or not. It should not be there. Random extra lines. I think the to-do can go away there. I guess I could leave all this not there and just have an and. Now this line's getting a bit nuts. If grounded, yeah, let me just do this and leave these tabbed right there. He's just like licking my bed sheets. And then I can remove this here. So I'm not getting a bunch of tabbed in stuff. I'm just adding, yeah, I'm just adding a new test and then this function. That's good. That is some clean commits right there. Testing world just kind of got updated, or to like a more modern version of the state of the world, state of the project, especially for the player where it keeps like creating its own resource. All right, world. I don't think I need to send anything on world. Oh, weird. Yeah, I still have this code, I think, that I haven't committed yet, having deleted. Yeah, I haven't sent that yet. How did I forget to send that? I guess I just forgot. Yeah. Well, let me go to the world and remove this stuff because I don't need this anymore. And turn the zombie back on. And then want to move the player back. Yeah, I'll leave the time at 6:05. Enable spawning, I'll turn that back on. Time is fine. And then these will have changed. Well, I guess really all I'm committing here is... yeah, the time change... okay. Let me go and add this one. Yes, and then yes. Yes. No. No. Reflection probe. No. No. So now it should just be this change and then those got deleted. I'm not doing sky intensity stuff anymore. Which I'm not leaving anything behind here that I would actually want to commit with this one. No, I don't think so. Good. What is this? Yeah, this is remove. Or I guess I just say sky fader no longer applies. Color adjustments. So the intensity needs to be changed. Yep. And then we're just adding everything else, or no? Get not world though. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that there. Get statut. So yeah, this will change, and then testing world just got updated. That's all it is. Okay. Movement, stuttering, fix movement, ground detection, and fix jumping. Okay, so when detaching in the ground, Test if the same body is near a predicted collision point. Last point of collision relative to the character's last position. Uses a short raycast to maintain ground state as not to maintain ground state. And then when jumping, remove an appropriate amount of velocity that opposes the jump direction. This mainly enables jumps to apply correctly on the same or on the frame after hitting the ground, when velocity may be equal to the jump velocity, or maybe opposed to the just opposed to the jump velocity. Alright, that's a lot of words to describe what I did, and I'm just gonna assume that's a good description and send it. Made sense to me. Alright, good. That's nice. So I walked around a bit, I did a bunch of jumping, I couldn't find anything weird. I walked up the stairs, I went down the stairs. Apparently I hit the wrong button again, I meant to click close docks. Whatever, I didn't even leave those open anyway. So this still happens, which is really annoying that this still happens. This may never be fixed. I'm just straight up gonna assume it's not my problem and it's like a bug with, because this is like black too. It's not even like this is an exposure thing. I mean, it is from auto exposure, but it's like a black texture. It's not even like matching this. It's weird. Reloading doesn't fix it because, of course, compositor effects weirdly just stick around. They don't actually fix. Yeah, I mean, that's just there permanently now. So, it's a reload project. Tough. Small rant just for the archives. There are way too many scumbags just claiming audio on streams, but they do it like so obvious. It's with the name of a song that doesn't exist by an artist who doesn't exist, and they claim the same thing twice at the same time. And then there's even other guys who are doing the same thing who are all claiming 3 minutes into every stream a random different song. Some of them are using like song names that are totally inappropriate and not even close to what I'm playing. Like I'm playing Minecraft music, and they're like, their song titles have like slurs in them. There's no way I'm playing that. There's no way I'm playing like 7 differently named songs at exactly 3 minutes on the same stream. I just went on to Twitch and I like appealed literally all of them, and it really sucks because you have to give your address You have to give your full address whenever you appeal it. And I can only imagine that whoever is submitting these fraudulent claims are just collecting addresses from people. I don't have to sell them. Like, that's their strategy. And Twitch just lets them do it. Twitch just lets these guys do this. I appealed like 7 streams, and honestly, Twitch should like not give any of that information to the person who made that claim unless they verify. Like, if it looks like that obvious, you know, like 7 different songs with different titles are being claimed. There's even one guy who straight up uploaded 2 days ago to Spotify a really terrible, crappy mumble rap song where he played Minecraft music in the background for the whole song. It's very obvious what he was doing with that. And I would even believe that the original song that it was isn't even owned by the guy who submitted the claim. He just found some really crappy song on Spotify, copied it, added like Minecraft's background music for the whole song, and then uploaded that to Spotify, and then put these claims on Twitch. And then just Twitch is like, oh yeah, I can hear that. I can hear that Minecraft music that you obviously don't own the rights to. Yeah, let's mute the VOD at 3 minutes for that. It's even really weird because what they do is, I think they're forced. They pick the time that it is claimed at, and then they pick a time to mute. And they always mute like the last, like a minute near the end of the stream. Like that one example where I provided where there was like 7 songs all claimed at 3 minutes. The VOD wasn't muted at 3 minutes. It was muted like 20 minutes before the end of the stream for like 60 seconds. It was muted. I don't understand what system Twitch has, but it's obviously broken. And that's crazy that someone can just submit the same song. Again, a song that I can't find by an artist who I can't find. It's not on Spotify. It's not on SoundCloud. It's not on YouTube. Doing a Google search of the artist doesn't pull up anything. Doing a Google search of the song doesn't pull up anything. Like, what did he submit? And I think it's just Minecraft music. Like, these guys are just abusing Minecraft like crazy. I think they were all just essentially submitting Minecraft music and saying, yeah, I own that, claim this stream, mute it, and give me the address of the person when they appeal it. Thank you. I will be selling that information on the black market by the end of the day. Like, the speed that, like, I appealed these a few minutes before I started stream, and I was just sitting, like, I was still on the starting soon phase, and every single one of those was retracted already. Like, it's obviously a bot running it. Either it's a bot or the guy is just literally doing this as a day job. And he's like, oh, cool, thanks, wrote it down, and then said, yeah, he's right, my music isn't actually there. The music that I don't own isn't actually playing. Which is the funny thing, because I think they do submit saying that they submit their sample of just Minecraft music and say, I own this, and mute it at 10 hours, but I claim it at 3 minutes. It's ridiculous. It's crazy that it's that rampant, and that Twitch doesn't have like automated systems to say, this looks like fraudulent activity. Let's just delete these. Let's do like one manual review before anyone submits something. You know, even just put it in like a ghost period, right? If someone makes a new account, because I don't even know how they submit these, honestly. I don't know how they just get accepted like the word of God. This is like how fast they accept it. I would think that if you're submitting Minecraft music, they take your sample, they compare it to their database and say, is this similar to anything that exists? Yes, no. And then they have a manual review of that if it triggers, because it definitely should have. Because their samples were Minecraft music, which tripped on mine. Oh, this was also happening on YouTube. YouTube was the same way. YouTube and Twitch have like the same guy submitting fraudulent claims on. There's one on YouTube that I got to submit They didn't make me type in my address, fortunately, although maybe they already had it. But yeah, mini rant. YouTube copyright systems are way too easy to abuse, and I don't get why Twitch nor YouTube have automated systems to detect that and just proactively prevent fraudulent claims from happening. Because they should. Because it's really easy. Someone's probably done it where they just show how easy it is, but I guess they can't because it's technically illegal to do that. So no one can even, like, publish how easy it is to abuse their system. But I'm pretty sure I literally just go in there, I type in, yeah, my name is John Doe. Yeah, I live at 555 Street Lane. I'm in the United States. I represent Mojang. Here's my sample of just straight Minecraft music ripped from the game. Yeah, take down that stream. Give me $5,000. Thank you. Give me their address while you're at it. Thank you. I will be taking this to the bank and selling their address on the black market by the end of the day. Like, I feel like it's got to be that easy. I feel like they don't require any proof at all. They just allow anyone to submit these claims, and then they force you to actually moderate their system. Hey, Cinestrikes, I was just rambling about copyright claims on Twitch. I just realized this song that doesn't exist by an artist who doesn't exist was claimed like 20 times on all of my streams. And I appealed them, and within like 5 minutes, they were all retracted. So, you know, there's that. Okay, movement bug is fixed. I don't think I have anything else. I think that was it for the bugs that I had. This one I'm still moving down. I'm gonna move that down there. Okay. I'm on the weapon UI. Makes me mad. Because I've got a very strong suspicion that when I hit appeal, just an email just gets sent to the guy containing my name and address. So, what am I doing now? Weapon UI? It's just weapon HUD. Okay. Do I have anything sitting around? I think I have some stuff sitting around that I want to send back. This is the player, this is the revolver. Yeah, let me just send this back. Okay. Sorry, I was on the phone for a minute. Did you hear what I said? What I was complaining about? Oh. You showed up right as I was finishing up a short little rant about how Twitch's copyright claim system is being abused. People are essentially submitting samples of Minecraft music and claiming they own that song, and they're muting, like, I had well over like 20 claims on my last 5 streams. Every single one of them, it wasn't even like trying to be subtle. They were all claiming exactly at 3 minutes that I'm playing Minecraft music. One of them was really called Minecraft Tingles to Sleep To Part 4. Someone claimed Minecraft music in my stream because, and their sample title was Minecraft Tingles to Sleep to Part 4. Like I'm sure someone else is like stealing other people's titles. Like I'm sure it's not whoever made that video submitted that claim. But I'm sure they just like looked up ASMR Minecraft and they said, yeah, this is my sample. And they submitted that to Twitch. And they probably just stole my address and are selling it as I speak on some forum. But yeah, it's nuts how easy that is to abuse. Twitch obviously doesn't even have like a slightly... I mean, I feel like it's super simple, you know? If you have like 7 different songs being claimed at exactly 3 minutes, something is suspicious about that. Especially if the title like contains slurs and the music is Minecraft music, which I'm sure they already have in their like copyright system. So they know when they're submitting something that's already owned by another company. Yeah, I'm not like playing rap on my stream. All right. Yep. That was it. I just had to talk about it. It really bothered me. Really annoyed me. What are these objects? Oh, this. This was my AI playground. The zombies don't move right now. And I'm not even standing over there. Essentially, all these little markers here is a spawn point for a zombie. So I just set up a bunch of random objects so I could see how their pathfinding behaves. And it behaves fine. Pathing is alright. I was just spending a lot of time working on night vision and stuff like that, and I've just left it where it is so I can make progress on more gameplay. So yeah, these guys, their pathfinding is turned off right now, but I would just run around here and just observe them and see if they're moving in a way that makes sense or if it's really bad. Alright. Weapon UI. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and change this to 3D because I'm gonna need it. That's weapon data. Although I guess they would have... Yeah. So okay, let me try to make sure I understand what I'm going to do. My idea is that, yeah, each weapon has its own UI scene. And the player HUD essentially takes that and displays it. And the weapon scene would then, or the weapon would then manage its own UI scene. So the player doesn't have to. Okay. I will put it in UI. Get a new folder. Weapon. And then what should I start with? The Magnum is going to be the most complicated. So I shouldn't start with that one. I should probably just start with shotgun. Shotgun UI. Okay. Now, the thing that I am not sure about is how I would lay this out when I essentially paste it in is my idea. So let me open up HUD here. My idea is essentially I have this weapon box that would be locked to the bottom left. So I have a control here. This just says weapon box, I guess. This should probably just be a control, shouldn't it? Let's call this weapon HUD. That will need a unique name, and it will be... I think I do this. Is this a margin container? Okay, my thought is that I just put that here and that's all I have to do. What is this? Type HUD. What type is HUD? How is this? Yeah, 20 and 160. Should I worry about how this is being positioned like that? How is it doing this? Ah. That's the margin. Okay. So yeah, I think I just want to put this here, do that, and then I will add... Oh, essentially just put this inside of that. So I'm just going to start by taking that out and putting this here. Can I do like... Yeah, this is what I don't know. What's going to happen when I do this? Is it going to like snap it down there, or is it going to keep it up there? I could just make this the root. Maybe that's what I should do. I guess it still has this anchor though. What is this? Maybe I would do center. I guess I would know if I just hit copy here and then paste it here. That's not what I wanted to do though. I wanted to actually copy and then paste. Okay. Fine then. Alright, so it has done that. Full rect has done that. So if I say top left, yeah. That's what I didn't want to happen. And it's not displaying either. Or is it not displaying? Or do I just not see it? Maybe I just don't see it. So this puts it here. Alignment begin, center. Was it what I should do here? Yeah, I guess.
I'm not your daddy.
Oh, geez. Jostin, 63? The raid was 63? That's crazy. Thanks for the raid. That's a lot. I'm not ready for that. I'm setting up... Yeah, thanks for the raid, man. How was your stream? I'm setting up weapon UI so each weapon has its own user interface. Oh yeah, thanks for following Dr. Nerd Rage. That's where here I saw weapon UI zombie game. Yep. Thanks for following. Hey, by the way. Hey, BTW. I can show you it, what I've got right now. I'll turn all these guys on and then run around for a bit so you can check it out, but... well, of course it's not going to work because I just deleted some stuff, so... There's that. Can I fix this quickly? Maybe? I mean, I just broke it, like I'm in the middle of it, so... Let me just... I can just disable this. That's probably fine. Perfect demo, no notes. Alright, I'm not able to keep up with that. Thanks for following Vex667 and The Wildest Cannon. Let me just grab these. Thanks for following. Earned. Update weapon ammo. Yes, I mean, ignore the UI. It's going to be broken right now. So the last thing I set up was this revolver here. You're able to load in shotgun shells and slugs. Oh, I missed that guy. I didn't miss him. This was a cool thing that I had. I can put this into a fan the hammer position and just blast it really quickly. You just get the classic shotgun, a rifle, oh, there's a sniper rifle, but that's on the other side of the map. I can't get to that right now. And then I just got a shovel. I mean, it's not where I want it to be for sure, but it's something. Yeah, right now I'm just getting the UI set up so each weapon can have its own UI instead of trying to make every weapon have the same exact UI. And this is just a little playground to run around in to shoot the zombies when I'm testing stuff. Shovel's always good. Yeah, it's gonna be more for... It doesn't behave how I want it to yet. The idea is that you would hit them and they would be stunned for a second. So it's really good for like silently killing one zombie at a time. It's not meant to be like, you know, just mowing them down. I think right now it does kind of kills them fast, maybe not, I don't know. It's been like weeks since I touched these weapons, so get on, get something to eat. Yeah, man, thanks for the raid. Also, you can just unload the guns, so I can empty all the shells out of this, and then put in these slug rounds that I have, so you can use them for single shot. Same thing with the revolver. I can unload the gun. And I don't know which one it's set to right now. Yeah, slugs. This revolver has like more animations than every other weapon combined right now, just so I can keep the state of it matched, like the cylinder with the animations and what's actually going to happen when you fire it. I also made it so you can do this funny thing, if I can do it. There it is. I don't know why, I just wanted some of these weapons to have some fidget things on them, so I put that in there. Yep. That's it. That's all I gotta show off for now with the weapons. So, I'm just gonna get back to working on this. Where was I at? Right, so I want this to just be aligned with its parent in the same way that its parent is aligned. So I guess what I could do is this probably can only be set in the inspector. Okay. I haven't done hardly anything with UI scripting yet, so I don't know what I can and can't do. My first thought was I could just take the parent and copy this transform. But it's not, it doesn't even have that. Anchor preset. Row position. I could set this to probably be bottom left, and then yeah, then that would actually line up. I don't know, my thought is I might move this around somewhere else on the screen, and I would like to do that just on the HUD and not have to move every single one of these around. You know, I'm just going to leave it. I'm not going to worry about it. Because I feel pretty confident that I will have this down here in the bottom left forever, but it's also not going to be too hard to fix that if I change it. So I'll just leave it like that. Alright, so first step, I need to get some of these scripts moved around. So would I have a parent weapon script or a parent weapon UI? I don't even know. Let me just give this a script for now. Weapon, shotgun UI, sure. I don't think I want it to inherit that specifically. I guess I need to. Nah, let me make this just a control node. And this can be, don't know what I had to call this before. I think I just called it a weapon box before. I had a weapon box and weapon box. So this one would be bottom left. This one, I guess, is also bottom left. Okay. So now I want this script. And I think a lot of this, yeah, this was, I guess I have some things that I have constant. I have a weapon texture, and then I have an ammo texture. All right. I'm just going to start copying and then deleting on either side stuff that I don't have. So I don't have that. And then this doesn't have that. Update weapon ammo. This one probably needs it, right? Or it needs this function still. Because then this would pass on to yeah. So this would pass on, I guess it would just call weapon update weapon ammo, right? 1 second. Okay, and then these would go over here. Same with that. So this one I think I'm just calling weapon HUD. Sure. All of that will come out. I feel really silly when I'm just making methods call other methods. But I guess this is fine. Add ammo reserve. So this was only used here. Right. Well, this one does look a lot nicer. Questionable formatting, but yeah, a lot of this was just managing that. So now I guess the expectation is that this operates the same as it did. This didn't have any textures, right? Yeah, it did not. So this should now operate the same as it did before, I think. But HUD has to add this. So when I call when I call update weapon ammo, this is called every time every time I update the weapon and its ammo. Pretty sure. Alright, so this isn't just going to be a simple method call. Alright, weapon resource now needs to save the scene for its UI. Display, here it is. And then, should be a lot to do there. So, how do I know when it's changed? I guess I can save the last type of weapon that I had. Could do that. Oh, this preview stuff. Right. I kind of want to leave this. I guess this is actually fine. I can leave that as it is. And then I just have to check if my weapon has changed or not. So probably I just change it, have to remake it if the ID changes. Actually, what is a packed scene? Does this have like a path? No. It has almost nothing. I guess it is a resource, which means it does have a path. Resource path. Alright, so I think that's what I'll do. I could just track the path of this. So I want to say if we don't have a weapon scene path or the weapon scene UI path, I say equals. Or they're just not the same. So now we'll take weapon HUD. I will remove if we have a weapon HUD, which I think we actually do. No. What I do here is I go through the children and I remove the first child. That's what I do. Thanks for following, little Carlito. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave a note for that, and I've been leaving notes every time I do some a for loop like this, so should be the weapon UI scene, and then I will create this scene. Okay, and then I just call... Oh, I guess I don't exactly know that. Okay. Will be this one. And then here I would actually call... I'll add some like parent type, I think, so that I know if I'm adding the right type. But for now, I'm just going to assume that it's going to be the right type. Right. Yeah. Oh, wait, I guess if I actually... Yeah, never mind. I don't have to do this, right? I just know that I have it. So if weapon UI is seen, then I'm going to remove it. I don't think I have to queue free, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Set that to null. Then create it. Add that as a child, and now down here, I would call weapon UI scene update ammo. Okay. I think that's all right. Scene UI. So this should behave the same. So if I pick up the shotgun, if I were to pick up only the shotgun, I would expect... Where did that just go? Okay. If I pick up only the shotgun, I should expect that I get the shotgun UI. And the zombies are going to chase me. Alright. Oh. I need to set that first. Shotgun UI. Let me go and turn this off. Shotgun UI is there. I know there are shells over here, or I guess slugs. I pick up the slugs, and I can swap between them, and I can unload. And it's correctly awesome. Okay, so the shotgun was simple. Although, I will get more complex later. Alright, but that... There's that. Shotgun's good. For now. And pretty much all of these are just going to be copies of each other. So now before I start doing a bunch of copies, I should probably think about what I want to have be the same. The only thing is that, yeah, it's the only thing is like update ammo. Should I just say, instead of update ammo, because that feels a bit incorrect. It's more like update state, like update everything. Should I call this just update everything? Just update weapon? Or update weapon HUD? Update weapon HUD sounds better. So I think the only place this is called is from player. So it's called update weapon HUD. Update ammo. Yeah, these are... Yeah, I feel like I just want to call this update weapon. Or like update weapon HUD. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to call these update weapon HUD from now on, because this is just going to be called every time I change something about the weapon. And then I think I'll just make a parent class that just has... this. I'll just call it update. Update with the weapon. This will be called... Yep, just weapon UI. And it's just going to have the one method updates, which takes in a weapon resource. Alright, so now I will do this test here. Weapon UI scene will be a weapon UI as weapon UI. And this is going to be dev stuff. Yeah, just give us a note. Be an error. Weapon type. Have a okay, then I think at this point I can just return there. That's fine. Child, if we don't have it, we return. Otherwise, we do this update. Good. Now, Shotgun UI has to extend weapon UI. Just called update. Oh, what about reset? Thanks for following Pyro240. Reset, I don't think I actually need this. Do I call this? I don't call this. Maybe I do. Ready, reset call deferred. Actually, I don't think I need this. Yeah, I don't need that. I only need this one function, and I guess that one too. This one's still fine. This is just placeholder stuff. Update weapon HUD. That's this method we call update. That goes here. And then Shotgun UI has to be this type. Like it didn't quite work. That definitely didn't work. Make scene roots. And then I click extend, but we'll load an existing script file. Okay, good. Type weapon UI, good. All right, now I hit play and nothing should be different. And it's immediately bad. Ammo updated. This should be called update weapon then. Update weapon HUD. So let me search for that. Okay, that was the last place I had it, I guess. No, apparently not. Call deferred preview weapon. Wait, update weapon. Oh, update weapon. HUD. Okay, all of these needed to be changed to. Now everything is the same. It's weirdly not centered. So the one thing I actually, wait, yeah, why did that not work? All I did was I changed the name of stuff. I didn't actually change anything else. And it was definitely being called because when I was ejecting the rounds, they showed up. I did just move the stuff around, so that's probably it. This, yeah, it is this. Bottom left. All right, cool. All good. Now I have this type, and I essentially think I'm just going to copy this a bunch of times and save it for everything, because these all behave exactly the same way. For the moment, they just show a texture. Which I guess if this is going to be the shotgun UI, what if I just called this, like, my thought was to have a generic type, but I don't think so. I think I want to have every weapon actually have its own UI defined, not really any inheritance, except for just the fact that you have the function call. So yeah, for now I'm just going to copy them all. I don't know. Because if I think about sort of a reference that I have in my mind is how Halo CE and Halo 2 and Halo 3 do their weapon UI. They have an image of the gun, and then they have literally the bullets in the gun as UI elements. Maybe it's only CE that does that. I actually don't remember if Halo 2 does that. Because I think generally that's kind of what I'm going to do for a lot of these. They're going to have a weapon texture. They're going to have some kind of setup for displaying their ammo. But I know that the revolver, I probably want to have an image of the cylinder, and it would show you the position of each ammo type in the cylinder. So I guess the idea is still there. It will have an image of the revolver and then just the cylinder instead of the typical layout with a bunch of bullet images. Let me try to think about this. Because I could just make this the default. If I make this the default, then all I have to do is just create like an empty scene that inherits this. And it will work. You know, I'll start with that. Although this does become an issue if I do that. Weapon texture, texture rect. A stock texture, which is also just a texture rect. Stock amount. I guess that I want to have. That's actually going to be pretty consistent. The weapon texture, the stock texture, which we have selected, and then the stock amount. That, okay. This is definitely going to be shared across all of them. They should all have this. They should absolutely all have that. And then my thought is, I guess here is where I can do that. I can take this out. So yeah, this is just to display the weapon texture and set the stock amount. Okay. It is no longer an unused parameter. And shotgun just needs to call the super method. And then these can actually manage how that ammo is how the ammo itself is displayed. Because I think those are going to vary enough between each weapon. The shotgun, I like how it's laid out, but I don't think any other weapon I want to be laid out that way. The revolver's going to have a really different one. And then yeah, I think the magazine weapons, which would be... Oh, this one's different for the shovel, actually. I did forget about that one. I guess the shovel would just overwrite this, and... I mean, that's actually fine. This actually is handled. Yeah. That's already handled by the... Because this was already generic, so the shovel is already fine there. Okay, so now that I've done this change, I still expect this to be the same. Cool. All right. Organize it. I'm about to have to get lunch here. In fact, I'm going to get it now because I am kind of hungry. Shotgun UI. And moving that shouldn't change anything, hopefully. Everything updated when I did that. Good. Okay. Alright. I will be back in a few minutes. I am back. Got food, and I'm going to eat. I'm back. Okay. Alright, back to UI stuff. Right, my thought was... Well, I guess I already did this. Right. So the shotgun's already in a good spot. What should I do? I guess I'll just do the pistol. Because I think for the pistol I want to really imitate how CE does it, where they have like faded bullet images. And then for stuff that is loaded, it's highlighted, or it's bright. So yeah. I'm just going to start by duplicating this. Rename these. And then I gotta set the script for this one. Dang, I gotta drink water. Okay. So for this one, how should I do this? How would I do this? Because I essentially want however big the reserve size is. Weapon is chambered. Reserve total, right? So I'm pretty sure for the pistol I'm only going to have one ammo type. Alright, I think what I can do is I can literally just print the same image, but then apply some color fade out to it. Would it be texture, something here. If I have a texture, can do something here. Would it be under theme? Something here's got to be like some kind of modulate. There it is. So yeah, I would just multiply it by some, or say multiply it. What's self-modulate and modulate? Does not affect canvas child. This property does affect child. So I would do self-modulate. I don't think I really need to because I'm not going to put a child underneath this image. But that's the idea. So I'll go ahead and put the pistol here. Just a rectangle. Now the stock texture and stock amount is going to stay the same. Ammo flow. mean, what does it look like right now? I can't really go pick it up. Let me move it. So I can. Just bring it over there. It's not going to work right now. It's going to break when I launch it. I have to set the pistol type to have this scene under display. And I haven't... Yeah, this is just going to behave the same way to start off. Yeah, and the image needs to be changed. Also, yeah, someone made a model for me for these bullets. And also the bullets, I totally messed up all the values. I was going off of a real 9mm. I like typed in the radius as the diameter, or the diameter as the radius. One of those two, it made it look really bad. Let me go and look for this, because now might be a good time to go and put that in there, because this is gonna be, I'm gonna be opening this and changing the texture. So I just want to take a look at the model and see if I can use it as is. Depends on how... I was going to say how ready it is. He's left a comment saying it's ready to use. But I guess I'll find out. Model. Create a folder called ammo. Sure, just save it there. I wanted to not actually import this though. Okay, I think I'm fine to just open Blender at the same time. Just opened a very tiny window. What is this? What is this? This one, you know, I think I'm done with that. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so I'd say it's probably a little too detailed. Does it already have UVs? Yep. Does he have... I think he just has it, like, with colors, like material. Oh, that looks really good. There is a... What is this? Yeah, I'll go with this. So, yeah, not copper and copper. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and just make another. What is this? Oh, there I am. Okay. Oh, this is a different background. Why is that a different background? Can you actually do that? Where are these images coming from? That's what I don't get. Alright, whatever. So I'm going to, what's this modifier? Smooth by angle. How do I... Okay. So... I'm gonna go and duplicate this. How do I duplicate? Cool. So I'll call this 9. Case. And essentially, I'm just gonna edit this a little bit to get rid of this bullet in the middle. Although I'm not sure if this copies. So if I were to just delete a bunch of faces here. Okay, cool. That one stays the same. Good. Alright. So yeah, I'm really just deleting all of this. And I will need to apply this. Okay. Was the inside already modeled? Wow. Okay, cool. And then it's going to be a casing. This side needs to be... I need to make this have a divot in there. I'm not exactly sure how I can do that. I think what I can do is I can do loop cut. Does that... I select... Wait, did I actually already make the cut by accident? Undo. So how do I... Wait. Okay. Also, what are these? These are just sharp edges, right? I forgot how to loop select. Is it like L? No. Is it like shift click? No. Control click. Alt. Cool. Mark sharp. Okay. Now here, what is up with this? Is there actually just a vertex in there? Okay, so what I want to do is I want to select all these edges, and I mean, how do I know what I want to do, but is this how I would do it? I'm definitely just making a bunch of vertices. What I do, I have no clue how to do this. Also, this thing keeps going away, and I need to see this. Hey, Alchemy. Yeah, I've got your thing here. I want to... I don't remember how to get, like, just a cut around here, because I want to make a divot for the casing. I've already got the bullet gone. I just don't know. I just... delete the middle vertex. I should just delete it. Okay, sure. Whatever you say. Then inset it. I mean, I could do this. This is actually already gonna work. How do I... I just press join, invalid selection order. Okay. Now how do I make this? Oh, F. That's not what I wanted at all. I guess what I could do is just probably do this. Did I select it? Make them really small and then do like merge vertices. Triangulated fill. Well, I think I figured it out. So it would have been easier if I could just make this cut right away, but whatever. And then these face the right way. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Okay. Doesn't like loop cutting after you triangulated the geometry? Yeah, I don't know. What's the camera thing here? How do I set this? The near is way too not close enough, far enough. One of those two words. I don't think you really need it. So, what's the? It is just, or I can just, yeah. I have no idea how big this should actually be. Maybe about there. And then, what's the letter for this one? T for translate. No. This T for toolbar, apparently. G. More on the Y. Alright, this one should be sharp, actually. Think of the reference image. Is it like a... I mean, I guess I could look it up, but I think my guess is probably just as good. Yeah. Oh, now... Yeah, I need to flip these around, don't I? Or... Wait, I can't tell. Oh, there's no face there yet. Okay. Do I need to flip those around? I mean, can I... Do I need to make faces inside of here? I feel like maybe I don't. E. Y. I don't know. I'll just like go back to about here, I guess. And then, what was it, F? Or do I do that and then I would say, what was it? Face. That's not what I would have thought. But okay. E. S. Bring it down to a point, and then I will merge these. Okay. Failed in the... Oh, yeah, I do forget about that. The bat thing that would be there. Okay. Save that. Casing. Regular. Okay. Now when I export this, I think I think it allows me to have them both together, and then I can pull them apart to separate things. Probably. Making the quads in the rear into tries. Danilin, I don't... When I was doing the cabin, Danilin was telling me to stop using triangles and just use quads. I mean, I'll just believe him. I was thinking of probably doing less, though. Let me think about this. Having fewer... I guess I don't even know how I would get... The only way I can think of doing fewer is just having less around the edge. Also, which quads? I actually don't... Were there any? Oh, these are... Right. I mean, these, I think they're simple enough. I don't think I need to. I'll just leave them. How bad, like how many is too many vertices though? And if I wanted to reduce the number of, I guess, faces around the cylinder, I don't even know how I would do that. Decimate is what I hear is like the thing to do this. I don't even know how. It's probably gonna look awful though. I don't even know how to use this. Whatever. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Look at some fairly modern games and base the number of faces on that. Kept it on the more economic side. Yeah, I mean, if I ever need to come back to this and make it smaller, I'm sure I could. I just thought I may as well go and throw it in for now, since I'm going to be doing UI for the pistol. Materials. You just set it to placeholder. And probably good. Okay. You can dissolve some edge loops if you want to get rid of some geometry. Yeah, I was just more thinking of like how many counts of faces are just going around it. Because I could probably get away with just like 8 or 7 and just rely on smooth shading to make it not look like it's made out of 7 or 8 faces, sides. But I can do that in the future. I want to go and make sure that I add this as an ignore here. What do I usually do? I think I usually just go in there and then add. Yeah. So I like to keep, this will probably end up being like 9 mesh, and then case. If you use normal mapping, you could get rid of a ton of geometry, especially at the scale you're going to use it. What was your movement bug? Oh, I need to change the task. It was related to how I set up jumping when you land. When I set that up originally, I had a mistake where you were essentially like constantly detaching from the ground and it was resetting your velocity. So it worked fine when you were jumping, but if you're walking up and down a slope, it's like all of a sudden you just like, you're jittering, basically. You just lose that upward velocity. Okay. And then, yeah, this one's not gonna have any textures. This is just... cool. I guess the materials will need to be there too. I'll have to make sure I save the materials. Where is it? This one. Yeah, I can save these to different, or at least I think. Oh, I do save the file here. Okay. Oh, they should really all be in their own category. This will be... yeah, mesh, and that's a res, good. And that's the casing. Light map and shadow. I guess I can do that. LODs. Probably. I'll just leave these on. I think the default is already enabled. Maybe not, I don't know. And materials, I'm not going to import those. Just going to leave that. Save to file, re-imports. Awesome. And close this. Right, and then I have to, yeah. Was it move? Unwrap, cache, and blend one. I guess I don't need those. And then I don't want to import that. I guess it's going to keep doing it anyway, so I have to leave it. Okay. So I got the models. Do I put the materials in here? I have a folder called material. I guess it could be like generic materials. I don't know. Now I need item, ammo. This guy. Yes, we'll delete that one. Let's call this mesh. Okay. And these need... I guess I probably should have looked at that. I don't know. I can just make them up, I think. Metallic. What is it? For this, you should probably turn off. Whoa. Interesting. Interesting. What happened to those? What happened to those? Is this an LOD thing? What did happen to those? You know what? Just in case, I'm gonna reload. Just in case it's Godot being crazy. Could be the unwrap. I mean, those are just... Even on the back, it's the same way. Those are just gone. I was gonna say maybe it's because the faces were too small, but these ones made it in. I was thinking... What is this blend shape mode? I was thinking just the imports did something. Yeah, these look fine here. It's gotta be the LODs. It's using like a different LOD or something. How do I set that? Weird. It's definitely not. And it's not an LOD thing. Why did they import that way? I'm just gonna re-import. Probably. Because they look fine in the preview. The preview looks good. Oh, this face came in now. One of the faces has come back. Maybe if I just keep clicking re-import, we'll get a new face every time. The weird thing is this face wasn't there, and this one came back when I hit re-import. Maybe... I think this is kind of a thing that happens. Never mind. What could this be? Normal merge angle. That's for LODs, so. Normal split angle. Is there something on... this? Yeah, it's like importing it. But it did say LODs, and I turned off LODs. Up? Oh, scale it. I was scaling the wrong thing, I think. Yeah. What was it? Something on the import where it's like apply root scale. Oh, wrong thing. So, okay, so they came back. They came back. But I don't understand why they got deleted. Surely it's not that Godot just can't handle. Yeah, those faces went away now. Is it really just that it can't handle like some of these faces being too close together? Yeah, that sucks. I have to double size it. I mean, whatever. Then I just scale this back down, I'm sure. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why it just deletes those. Alright, well. Metallic. This is... Isn't there something where you just always use... It's a floating point precision issue? It must be. But it's weird because... I feel like there's smaller faces that I was importing correctly, but... I don't know. How do I do this? Do I like actually just set... Oh, specular doesn't do anything. I guess I have to use that color now. I have no idea what this should be. I don't know. I don't want to mess with that too much. But I do need to save this. It's probably not a big deal if I just have its own material for it. This will be black metal. And this will be that is glowing very brightly. Whatever color this is. I'm just gonna open it and look at it. No such file, of course. Sure. Maybe this should be less rough. It's been a great time on... I mean, I like how it looks, but now that I have this color actually in here, this is way too... This is not dark enough, I think. A little bit darker. Just a little bit. And it's too rough. It is too rough. Okay. 9mm mesh is set, and I have to save this one. That one's saved. Black metal. I don't know why this one has the preview of the other one, but it does. It does not belong to the scene. What are you talking about? What? It literally only exists in the scene. What do you mean it doesn't? It's not a... I guess we just call it copper metal. All right, there's that. Now, mesh expend. This should be simple. Case. Ooh. Damn it. I have to go even higher on... Oh, also I didn't set the origin point to this one correctly. It's probably fine. I can figure it out. Lost space on the rear? Yep. So I need to import it at a step higher, and then scale them down again. Alright, all the faces are here. And this one needs to have a scale of 0.25. This is probably why some models export at like 100 times scale. That's probably why. So that this thing doesn't happen when you import it into other things. Oh, and it lost its materials. Or it didn't. This is so weird. It had the preview for the copper one. Okay. What is it? Black first? And then... Oh. Okay, so I just kind of need to make this centered. So I have rigid expend. Collision shape. Wow, yeah. I had that really... It's gonna be really annoying if it happens a lot. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty easy to fix. I know exactly how to fix it. I just increase the scale. And there's only like... The bullets are the only thing that is this small. Pretty sure everything else is going to be way larger. I shouldn't have any... Well... Because if I do make the weapons have any small faces... I mean, these are really tiny though, right? Like, these are really, really tiny. And I only had to make it like 4 times larger. So I think I'll be fine. I don't think this should happen like anywhere else. Do you happen to have these numbers off the top of your head, how large these are? Might be some detail on the guns. Yeah. I mean, I'll like keep working through it and probably figure it out, but just if you already happen to have exact numbers. I mean, this is pretty close already, so. Yeah, it seems like 1.9. It's like... Not to hand. I mean, I've already got it. Don't worry about it. So this offset is... Yeah, just like 0.2. I'm doing the thing again where I say 0.2, but what I really mean is like 0.0002. Maybe this was actually just 0.2. 0.002 instead of 3 zeros, it was 2 zeros. Alright. I'm really glad I set up this system so I can just swap out the meshes really easy. Like that. Very smart of me. Oh, this one also has to be moved a bit. That was pretty much spot on. It's like a little bit shorter than this. Yeah, 2.9, and then this is about 3. Spent, or is that Britishism? I mean, maybe just more, just a longer word, I guess. I still think you people talk funny. I'm married to one. I mean, right back at you, I guess. I think I talk fine, and I think you talk funny. Is that? Yeah, this is set. So that's 003 on the regular one. Zero, 003. It's all set, I believe. I guess I just need to check that the pile doesn't... Yeah, I mean, this was going to look bad because I made them like 3 times the size or something. So I may as well spend the time and put these back together. And classic, where I have to like drag that one and that moves them all. Very weird. All right. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Are these in a good order though? 7, 15. They're in a bit of a weird order, but they'll go down the line. So that's good. 4, 0. These are like exactly half a centimeter. That makes this easy. Three. Now, where do these... I mean, they should also just sit. Wait, they're gonna be, like, in a little bit. So... let me just set this one. The half there, and then this... that's probably good enough, right? And these would all be the opposite of that. Or was it 8, 8? Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, is this... yeah, negative 0.5. And this will be 1.5. Or it'll be... yeah, 1.5. 2.5. This is kind of a lot of bullets. This is kind of a lot of bullets. 0.5. Wrong. I think I probably should make this less bullets in the future. So can I just click these two at the same time and do like... I can. Nice. 1-5. Wrong. 2-5. Alright. The bullet pile is updated. What else do I have? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Cool. So if I just go in here and I start blasting with the pistol. I don't like that those meshes suddenly just disappeared. I plan to have upgrades. There will be one for... Yeah, okay, so why did it just delete the materials when I hit run? Why did it do that? Why did it do that? Why'd you do that? Why would you do that? Literally, why would you do that? I mean, why? I find that very annoying. You know what, I would even say that was just, intentional. Like that was intentional. I feel like I knew what it did. Upgrades. There will be a suppressor for the pistol. There will be... The rifle is going to have a built-in suppressor, which, I mean, it doesn't really show it, but it's going to have that. Kind of the only thing I was thinking of upgrades would be maybe, like, temporary changes to your player. So, like, you take no damage, you move faster, something like that. That is so tiny. I mean, compared to how I had it before, it makes sense. Where did those shells go? I shot like 3 times. These are probably so small that they're actually like going through the terrain. And my light is on now. Yeah, I mean, they're just going right through the world. I'm going to make an executive decision here and make those twice the size. Because they are a bit small. I will make the expended ones a little bit larger for now. Well, will I? Gameplay is better, yeah. I want to be able to see them on the ground. I mean, they're probably fine. I don't know, they do look small though. Let me just start with this. Let me just make these larger in radius. It's probably fine. Because I mean, what are the odds that the bullet's going to land? I mean, it'll be so close to the ground you're not going to notice it, I think. You're not going to notice it. I think I just said like 3 different sentences and didn't finish one of them. But oh, these should be large enough that they're not going through the floor so frequently. And I can turn on something that's like continuous collision detection for these. Okay, they all just went straight through the floor. What is it? Something here. Maybe not. Maybe it's on the shape. The British that can't speak properly. What? The British can't speak properly? I would think you'd be saying the other way around. Where is this? There's something here that's about I remember I saw this. And I know I turned it on for something because I was like, oh, I want this to have... Oh, there it is. Continuous... There we go. Turn that on. It should reduce how often it goes through the ground, but it's still going to go. It's still going to go through the ground. It will still happen, just less. A little bit less often. And I just probably have to make sure that... Probably what would be really smart is to leave it on until it hits something. Yeah, very few of them went through the ground that time. Wait, that one's like stuck weirdly in the ground. Alright, but this is awesome. That looks really cool. Yeah, I should probably do something where they turn that off. Because I definitely want it to be the... I have them despawning after like 10 seconds or something like that right now. Yeah, they're actually almost never going through the ground. Seen the weapon designs? I mean, me too. I don't know what they're going to look like. I kind of just have like... I mean, the pistol definitely, I don't know what it's going to look like. Currently, I have it just to look like a Glock, I guess. And I broke it. But... yeah, it is a block. I mean, I don't know. The revolver, honestly, is already kind of final. The only thing I'll really do is... Where is the revolver? Oh, it's in there. Okay. I feel like I've really got the revolver like 80% the way there on its model. Just with throwing stuff around. Invalid call. Okay. Well, I don't even know why you would call that because I don't have anything picked up. Miss your Lego weapons. They are like Lego weapons. I can't pick that up yet still. Okay. Well, I can look at it from here, I guess. The only things that would probably really change is the iron sights and the hammer, but I feel like everything else is okay, and the grip. But everything else is pretty much there on looks. The shotgun, I'm gonna have to do something about the shotgun. I might leave... The shotgun's way oversized. I think I said this a lot of times, but it's... Like, the barrel of this could fit like 4 shotgun shells in it, is how large that is. Yeah, the revolver is closest. I think I scaled the pistol down to be similar in size to the revolver and the rifle. The only thing I haven't rescaled was the shotgun. And I do kind of like how blocky it looks. I feel like maybe I need to bring the roughness down further on that. The shells look really bad if they're not reflecting. Why do they get like darker at the bottom? Oh, that's just like world reflection, I guess. Okay. UI stuff. A bit of VSS. VSS. I don't know what that is. I mean, I may not be looking at the same gun you're talking about. Maybe. Unless you're talking about the bolt rifle with the scope. Or some other version that I don't see. Okay, where am I at? I need to get new pictures of these bullets. Interesting. Why were those... That's actually weird. Wait, yeah, why is this not lighting up at all? Oh, it's like reflection, isn't it? This is a reflection thing. I guess I can set the environment to be... Wait, what? Why is this not... Why does this have no light on it at all? I'm not sure why the environment is totally black either. Reflected light. This is kind of weird. It's over there, so the light should be facing that way. What's going on with this? I was gonna say I guess it's the metallic, but now I'm like, okay, well, let me set the environment to be white, and it is white. So is this something with this? Ah. Honestly, just reset that. I don't need that. Why is it so powerful? That's really funny how that's just solid white. I mean, that's fine, I guess. That's kind of all I needed. Alright, let me set camera attributes to something, I guess. I guess I would set that very low. I mean, I wonder what I should have here. Did I have any color on this, or should I just... Am I really just using this for an outline? I think it's all I'm doing. I'm just using it for an outline. Okay. You having different ammo types? Only for the shotgun and the revolver. But those two are pretty much just gonna be the same model, just like a different color. For the shell. Yep. Slugs are green and the shot is red. This box, this image returns again. Okay. I don't think I yet don't save. Yeah, just the shotgun and the revolver for now is the only one that's gonna have different ammo. But I mean, it's all set up that if I want to, it won't be very difficult to add a second ammo type for something else, or even like a third shell. Where is this? Would be in scene, photo booth, 9mm side. Yeah, I think I'm just doing this. Just sticking with that. And then okay. How do I want to lay this out? I think I just want to lay it out. Yeah, how do I want to lay this out? Do I want to have them like vertical? I mean, I'm just gonna look this up because this is really, I really like how this game does it. Okay, I click screenshot, and these are not screenshots. They're not even. Oh, Halo CE. Yeah. I mean, the shields look like my pistol too. Maybe that's how I could do it. I could make it look like that. And I would just have this. Yeah, maybe I could do that. The shots be like vertical or horizontal. This is what I don't know. I could do it like this, or I also thought about having them stacked top to bottom. Zomblo. Zomblo is such a funny name. Eventually I'll have to come up with a name, but Zomblo is definitely a contender for now. I'll have to remember Zomblo. Why does the gun not show? Oh, they don't show the gun until Halo 2. Ah. Halo 2 does this. Yeah. I mean, is this how I would... Okay, well, that's not what I wanted. I remember this jackal. Actually, that's not the same jackal. Never mind. That's after you go down the hill. How do I... Oh, how do I... Scroll side to side? Oh well. How do they do these? I'm guessing those are just textures. Actually, I almost just wonder if I should have vectors. Or, what is it? SVGs. For this. Why? That's really strange. Okay, why are we struggling to move? Move down, please. That is super strange. Why was I able to, like, drag it once and then I can't drag it again? Okay. Quick group. All right. They even went kind of crazy and like rotated them. Should I do that? That's Halo 2. Yeah, they get like a little bit fancy. But I do like how that looks. Those have you know what? Those gotta be like... I don't think those are textures. Those edges are way too smooth to be textures. These boxes are probably textures. But the bullets... Do you think those are like meshes or something? Or they have like programmatically like type... They use SVGs? I mean, they could. It was made for Windows. Or Xbox. I don't know. I wonder what they had at the time. Alright, but I'm not going to go 45. I'm going to go... Man, I wish I knew what angle I was picking here. Why does it do that? Enter. Now I click and do it again. No. What is going on? Can we please? Can we be serious? Alright, so I'm guessing this is probably like 10 degrees at a time or something. That's definitely 45. Or is that 45? Six. I would like this to be 30 degrees, but it's like being weird for me. I don't even know. Okay, and then now I need to think about how this appears on the screen. I guess I could just pick a standard size. I don't want to have a big texture because I don't need that. I don't need a large texture. Also, this looks really bad. This doesn't look... I mean, I say it looks bad, but I guess I should look at it at 100. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do a little bit of drawing. Okay. I don't remember how to... This one. God, this is so crazy. Make this not that thick. No line. Fill with any color. Let me make this slightly transparent. I don't know where this came from. Alright, but what I want to do is to make them curve points. Yeah. Symmetric. And then why is it like not centered on the pixel? Okay. And I'm just going to make a bunch of guides so I can see this. How do I lock the guides? Guides. Lock. There we go. Okay, does this improve the shape of that a little bit? So if I were to just, I guess, rotate the whole group, can I do that? It still kind of falls apart a little bit. I mean, I guess I can just smooth it out at this point. Or I could probably just remove, go here and like, I guess just erase this. Eraser, it's built in. Yeah, the vector is not quite right. Looks better. I mean, it's going to be about this big on the screen too, so... And you know what? Just because I do like this look. Well, maybe not that look exactly. But perhaps do what would I do? What would I do? I guess I can just add a layer and set this to be erase, and then it is such a large line. That is not what I wanted. Why does it do this? Just 5. Wait, what is that? It's just like do an arrow at the end? Wait, what? That looked really strange. What did it do? I feel like it did something at the end. Okay. Maybe a... maybe a larger line, actually. All right. Cool. Okay. And then I guess I should probably save this at this size. Should I? 256. I think I can go smaller than that. Oh wait, if I'm gonna rotate it, I should probably not rotate the image. Yeah, I should probably not rotate the image. Alright, let me go back on all of this that I just did. And just, but leave that. Okay, so before I do the rotation, I will make this vertical. Okay. The whole group. Right, and I think I should do the rotation on the UI, not on the texture. Did it just like split these? No. That was really weird what it just did. Okay, but yes, I do want to actually erase this. And I guess I may as well keep these files too at this point, since this is kind of a final thing, so I won't actually totally erase stuff. Okay. And then the line that was about here. All right. Yeah, let me do this in a different place. Wait, why am I exporting it? No, I want to... Yeah. All right. Okay. And then we'll do export. Not textures, it's UI, weapon. Wait, where did I put this? Icon. So we'll save this as that, and then yes, thank you. I want to do half size. I can't really do half size. Okay, let me... Yeah, I should have paid attention to that. Save it this way. And then and I know I'm actually saving it wrong because I need to hide this layer. Okay, now export advanced, same thing. Okay. I had to reload to get this thing to go away. Although I think it's actually going to come back because it's because of auto exposure is turned on with the compositor, which for some reason it's running. Yeah, this makes no sense. Why auto exposure is not like permanently doing that whenever I turn that on. Okay, those can be closed. Pistol UI. So my thought is to have... I wonder if I should make ammo stock something separate from the weapon. Maybe I should. I should. I definitely should do that. Ammo stock should be different from the weapon. The weapon is just to show its own texture, and the bullets pretty much is all it's supposed to do. Ammo stock can be probably just sit right above it, or to the right of it. So yeah, let me make this a... Let me change this type to, yeah, an H box. And then take this and do... Yeah, I guess just stock texture and stock amount. Get rid of those. them in here. Where is it getting this image from? Where is that image coming from? That's actually really weird. Where is that image coming from? I just realized that's not a real thing. That's not... Oh, the script is using it as a placeholder. That's it. That's right. Alright, but let's get in here. Set ammo stock somewhere. Oh, right, it's managed here. So yeah. I guess I can do this here. Take that out. The weapon HUD, if we're not there, then I also do this. Actually not even doing that. I'll do this here. If weapon, I now have, these are out of here and they are in here. Okay, so this will handle the stock that's chosen and setting that up. So I guess what I could do is add another H-box and put these inside, like so. The stock box. Okay. So when this is added, I need to make sure that when I add it as the first child in the script. So when I add child, I think I just do add child and then to add child at somewhere I know I can pick where I want the child to appear. Add child. I did this before. Where I would add it first. I know it's possible. Move child? I don't think it was just move child. I was able to add it in the right place. I did this for revolver scene. I think revolver scene does this. Did they just use move child? Oh no, I think I got rid of that. I don't think it works like that anymore. But I guess we'll find out. So revolver, that's not what I'm looking for. Or is it? Maybe it is. Update ports, add child, remove child. Yeah. I don't do that there. Where did I do this? I definitely did this. Okay, I guess I have to do move child then. So add child, and then Put it in front. Okay. So now stocks are managed by the HUD, which makes more sense. And then the weapon itself, in its own state and UI, is handled by it. I just have to make sure I go remove this from the shotgun script. Oh, this one doesn't do it. Right, it was already... It was already set. Pistol is fine. Where am I at right now? Should this be on the top? These are so large. Okay. Will they show up? Let me look at this again. I should... Yeah, since I'm setting up weapon UI, this is kind of gonna be final stuff, or at least layout. So I should get the size to be how I want it. Am I able to pick up these bullets without touching anything else? I did. Nice. So interestingly, it seems to not care about the position of that. Why does it not care? Because I have this set... Yeah, I have this set up so that this gets added here as a child. It's probably because this is a control node and not... What type would this have to be to... Because it's more that this is... Yeah, I feel like it's more that this is behaving as if... In fact, I don't even really need that. The preview should be working. Yeah, the preview should be running correctly. Yeah, why is it not displaying this? Oh, I know why. These have to be tools. There they are. Okay. Now they're showing up. But now stock is not showing up correctly. Reserve type 1, reserve total 5, or whatever. Oh, that's not how that works. So yeah, this should be saying it has 8 buckshot. It does not seem like it's doing that. Is there a reason? Stock ammo. Preview stock ammo is value. Ah, preview stock ammo is not used. If stock, I guess I could say if stock, and then I could do preview stock ammo, then I could just use this. Or actually, let me say that should work. There it is. Okay, cool. It's in there, and that value updates. Perfect. So now I need to figure out how to organize this so that... I think it's definitely because it's a control node, and it's not really... I mean, what would I use there? Would I use, like, panel? What do I use here? Some kind of box that expands to fill, or that expands to match its contents. Would it be... use a margin container? That's what I was thinking, but... yeah. Okay, margin container it is, and I'm going to set up weapon UI to extend margin container. So I can be for certain. Now it's in the right spot. Okay. And then, where is this, like, theme overrides? I remember when I saw this, it really annoyed me that setting the margin value for a margin container was in the theme overrides. I felt like that was really silly. Give me 2 pixels. Give me 7 pixels. How does it, wait, how does it deal with, I don't actually know how it deals with half. Oh wait, no, this is individual pixels, right? These are not, that's fine. And in fact, let me go for 4. Okay. And then this should probably be, yeah, should probably be its own margin container. I mean, I guess it only really needs... I was thinking of putting this on top, actually, is what I was thinking. Let me do that. And then I guess now it actually doesn't matter that I move it to a certain thing. I think I can set it to, never mind. layout direction. Okay. That's not what I thought it would do. Okay, so yeah, now I don't want to do this child move. Hmm. I'm just thinking here about if this might be confusing, how this looks. It could be a little confusing, I think. So this one had margins of 4, I think. So I'll just do the same thing. So it would be lined up. Then that's all good. Yeah, I feel like it might be the case in the future that this gets a little bit more information, or a few more things than just the ammo stock. But for now, I guess that's it. Okay, this can move out. Well, shouldn't need that. Still good. And then yeah, textures are sized to fit are sized to just fit as they are on the screen without any scaling. So I wonder if I need to change that, so that they always scale to some size. I don't know how I would do that. Container sizing? Not sure. These aren't needed here. Alright, let me go ahead and let me change this preview to be the pistol. I will reset that. Not sure what the reserve type is. Oh, it's not even working. This would be, well, this would be, that's just annoying. So you want to put any of anything in here? It's going to be 9. That one. And then, sure, 13 is fine. All right, so how would I handle this? How do I make sure that this stays some size? It never extends over some size. How do I do this? Fit height, proportional. Well, how do I set its custom minimum size? 5, 10, 100. That's really strange. Fit width does this. Oh, wait. This is really weird. Okay. Proportional? I mean, I wouldn't call this fit width. I would call this like fit height. But sure. Okay, so I guess I would set some value here, right? I would almost rather have a scale instead of a specific size. Yeah, let me say fit height proportional, and then I would do like 0, and then I would set this to be like 10. Okay, okay, I feel like this is a better, definitely a better way of setting it up, I think. So I would dedicate some width to it, and it would just scale up the height to match. Sure, 18. Okay. And I feel like this one's pretty close together. Can I make these? Separation. There we go. Eight. Okay. Getting there, getting there. Now, I need to set the... Yeah, okay, okay. This is good to know about. Fit height proportional, and then I set a width. Or fit width, and I would set a height. So let me do that. 64. 74. Maybe 85. Maybe just 100. Maybe that's too big. I'll say 64. So whenever I add a new image, it'll be 64 tall. I don't know, I guess I would just be setting it for every weapon individually. This isn't like I'm setting it for a standard value, and then each weapon would be different. Or each weapon would share that. Now this one, I would like to figure out how to make this have some minimum height. Could I do that here? I can't. Okay, good. So my thought here was that I would have... Yeah, this... I mean, this is for each weapon, so I can really lay it out however I want. Can I move its position while it's in here? I guess not. Yeah, I can't really do that. I mean, I guess I can just do this. But these do need... Wait. How would I move this? How would I move this one? I want to move this one. Would I have to put it in... would I just say... No. Alright, how would I do this? Because I don't think... Yeah, I have to keep it in... Yeah, why can't I move this? Position and size determined only by their parent. So do I have to use like a panel now? Or can I say something? I was looking at this. I was thinking this that I would set to be like, I don't know, something. And then would it let me position the children, but I guess not. I'm just thinking about... Yeah, I need to make sure this kind of has some kind of way to keep its size. So maybe I can add a panel, possibly, is my thinking. Hey, Cinestrikes. What's haha? Thinking maybe I add a panel, and then now can I move this around inside of here? Is that possible? No. I can't do anything with that. I cannot move it. Well, listen to jazz. This is Minecraft music, believe it or not. This is Crimson Forest. It is from Minecraft Dungeons, so I know, just asking. Only Minecraft jazz. How do I move this? How do I... Maybe I can't do it because this is a margin container. But if I add a control node, I start losing the width of this. I would really like to just be able to... I just want to move this up so that it would sit inside of here where the gun is. Also, I feel like maybe this isn't large enough. Yeah, okay. Make this larger. 80. I just have like no ideas how I could do this, because I don't think anything I put in here other than a control is going to allow me to move this. Reference rect? What about just panel? Can I... Oh, right. I was listening to dark jazz. I don't know what that means. What is dark jazz? Is that just like similar to what I was listening to? Okay, so I think now I can do... Probably just panel container, and then this inside of here. And now I can, okay, well, all right, sorry about that. Also think about brutalist architecture. Very interesting. That's, what is it? I always hear that term used at the same, like in reference to like Russian buildings, where it's just big blocks of concrete. So why can't I move? Why does panel container not do that, but panel does? Could make a cute atmosphere. A cute atmosphere? Like that's like the opposite word for that. Dark jazz and brutalist architecture. So I can position this one here. I guess that's fine. That's probably all I really need. Container sizing, it should be... I wish I could offset this. Where am I trying to go? I'm trying to get rid of this thing. Styles. Panel. Empty. Okay. Right, so now I can position this. I would like it to be... I mean, I don't know why that needs to be so precise. 40, 50? This image looks so bad. Just these two rectangles. I gotta... Yeah. I wonder if it would just be better for me to draw like a side profile and use that. It's layout mode 2. Is it 55 and this was 35? But no, it's not a Russian architecture. Well, I don't mean like Russian architecture, but I mean like those Russian buildings where they are just slabs of concrete. I don't know exactly how it's defined, but I've just heard generally brutalist is pretty much just sharp edges and concrete. The name comes from UK. Yeah. Alright. I don't know where it came from. Like I said, I just know that whenever I've heard that word, they're like showing pictures of like apartment buildings from Russia. Okay, so I think I got that figured out. Now if I were to save this and go back here and set the preview, I need to know which type the pistols are, I guess. Or I would reload. Okay, they didn't do anything. Am I getting errors? Not real errors. Invalid call. Oh, right. This has to be a tool. Although that shouldn't stop it from displaying the stock images. Or not even the stock images. Invalid access to or keys. UI texture. Of type nil? What? Okay. Ammo type get UI texture. Ammo. Ammo. Weapon gets supported ammunition. How is that null? It should look far away. None of it should look familiar. "4 a.m. morning vibe." When I have a brain, but I think of an idea. I mean, that's definitely a setting. A cool setting. So how is ammo null? Be ammunition supported 1. Or, yeah, an array with 9mm. And that's the UI texture right there. That's really weird. Because this does... I guess this does ammo stock not supported. Does weapon resource... It is. It is. What is this one? Invalid call to in base margin. Wait, what? It shouldn't be like that. Okay, now it's not complaining about that. It's just complaining about maybe an airport. I mean, yeah, I guess that counts, right? A really plain airport. Certain airports. What's my mistake here? It's in pistol UI. Get supported ammunition returns null. If not, is ammo cached. Ammo cache is this. This should be false initially, and it is. I mean, that's just not possible for this to return null. UI texture on base object of type nil. Okay, so this is definitely not null. Okay, so this... Okay. Right. This type comes back as null. So set for ammo and ammo supported, set ammo, ammo type, 9mm is type 1. So add ammo reserve type, get reserve type. All right, is this what I'm missing? This should be, right, it is. It should be type 1. Okay, I figured it out. Type 1, right, okay, there we go. So the pistol can hold 13. So I'll start this out at 13. And then, I guess figure that out. So, when I'm adding it on the pistol, how do I rotate this? That's a good question. How would I rotate this? I want to rotate an image. Transform rotation. What did I do there? Because I get a feeling that if I set rotation, it's going to be like, you can't do that. I mean, I just have a feeling it's not gonna let me do that. Yeah, it just kind of totally ignored me. Cannot call get children on a null value. Invalid assignment of property or key texture. What? Line 12. Weapon UI. Line 12. Weapon texture is null. Okay. So I guess what I do is I say, how is this called before it's added to the scene? That's kind of weird. How do I call update before I've added it to the scene? Because when I call add child, that calls the ready. After this is done, it's ready. How? This UI cannot call any null value. Yeah, this is getting called from HUD before it is ready. Which I guess, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But I even say call deferred. That's annoying. Yeah, I set call deferred so that it wouldn't do this until it was ready. Is it just because I loaded it? Oh, it's fine. I guess it's because if I do this, then it's not happy? No. What was that? Alright. Nothing, I guess. I can't make it happen again. Alright, so how do I make these rotate? Could I... Is there something here that I can set? Nothing. Yeah, why can't I set my own rotation? How could I do that? How could I rotate this? Could I do... I mean, I guess I could do the panel trick again. Where it, like, secretly has the same size as its child, but then it doesn't actually care about rotation. Or I could... Well, I can't. I do have to physically rotate this so that I could have them overlap. How could I do this? Yeah, I think just having... Alright, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to do something because I know I'm going to want to do this in other places, and it's not panel container. That doesn't work. I have to use panel. Put this inside of there. Put you up here. Now... Well, this is strange. Dang. I thought this would take on the size of its child, but it's not. So, can't do that. If I hide this, does it? Yeah, it does. Okay, never mind. How can I rotate this in a way that's cool and smart? I guess I could use... This is silly. I could use a material. I could do that. And rotate it. Just rotate the UV. Alright. Canvas item. Just rotate. I mean, that's so silly, but it's kind of like... It's kind of the best way to do it. Every vertex, that's odd. So, Um, I'm just checking to see if I can just do this to make it flip over. Constants cannot be modified. Okay. I guess I do have to do it in vertex, which is really weird to me. UVY. UV. Do I invert it and then add one? Is that what I do? Yep. Why do you think vertex is odd? It's like it's weird. Thinking about vertex, I mean, I guess that's how they do it, right? They just draw like a quad and they slap it on there, but it just seems weird to me. Like, there's no vertexes here. In my mind, there's no vertexes here. So, now here's the question. How do I rotate something? How do I rotate a thing? Also, it does this unfortunate thing where it's like... Maybe I don't move the vertex. Or maybe I don't move the UV. Maybe I should actually do the vertex. This is so strange. So vertex... Yeah, I mean, I would just do a rotation on that. In my mind, there's no vertex here. Okay. There's no spoon. I mean, if you really think about it, there is no such thing as vertex. So if I do vertex plus equals 1... Are these really in pixels? Oh, there it goes. It's going outside the bounds. Awesome. That's what I wanted. I wanted that. Okay. Now, how do I rotate something? How do I rotate this? How do I rotate this? I've got... I could just say... I think I can... All right, I gotta look this one up. I'm not gonna... I don't think I'm gonna figure this one out just by thinking hard about it. Canvas matrix. Yeah. Center the UV, then apply your transformation. Not the UV. Because that doesn't allow me to actually like move it outside the boundaries of its quad. I need to actually rotate the thing. I know I didn't spell that right. I don't care. Rotate texture. This is what I thought. Is that really the... Was that really the setup? Oh, this is their attempt. Shouldn't it be 4, though? Because what I was thinking is I would just do like, multiply the x by the sine of something, but... And these come in as radians. I want to use this as degrees. Can I do... I guess I can't. I get the vertex as 2 coordinates. I guess I just set it to 1, right? Yeah, I guess I just set it to 1. This is not gonna be happy with how I've done this, though, I'm sure. It's gonna be like, oh, you can't write a matrix like that. Yeah. So I need to do... Wait, is vertex a vector 3? Because if it is, then that's simpler. I mean, I guess I do, right? Yeah. Vertex is a vector 2. Yeah, okay. I don't need these then. Do I multiply it this way? Also, yeah. They do have radians. Okay. That simple? Expected a comma? Yes, you did. No built-in function, right. Because we're just weirdos. It's like, no, you can't write a matrix like that. Those gotta be vectors. Okay. So now if I do this, rotating it by the smallest value ever. Alright, cool. So now here's the real problem. How do I add a translation to this? Would I subtract 0.5 from the vertex? Or... I would... Okay, I think I've got it. So I will do... negative vec 2 times 0.5. Or minus. Yeah, that's what I think. Then I have to add it back. To translate it up, multiply it, and then add it back. So I mean, I guess I can just do it like this. So do offset would be vertex over 2. Okay. And then no. Wait, what? That didn't work. Why did that happen? I've shrunk it instead of... How? How did that shrink? Because I just moved... I moved it back by half the value. Wow, this is making it small. Why? Is it that I should actually do it this way? Okay. It would seem so. And now it's rotating the wrong direction. Okay. No, that made it shrink again. I thought I just typed this in. What? Um... Don't change your vertex values. I'm just confused why this is fine. But if I try to... And I can't write it like this, right? I can't write it like that. Oh, I can. Seems very strange. Did they mention how you apply? I don't know anything about transform matrices. How you're supposed to order them or anything like that. I just kind of like try both ways and until it works. But this one's really weird to me. What am I doing wrong? Okay, so that works. What am I not understanding here? How does that make any sense? This is a constant value, right? Okay, I guess what I'm not understanding is... This is not... Okay. I think I've got it figured out. That's not... Those values aren't what I think they are. Yeah. Um, there's probably, I mean, there's got to be a proper way to rotate this from the center instead of from that 0 point. That looks like she's just moving. I have to move the vertex. I have to move the vertex because otherwise it starts clipping in this box. You would only see like this side of the texture. So I mean, I guess what I do is I just pass in an offset. I guess I could change. I wonder if this would work. I can't. Okay. Why are those values like that? Oh, this is like squashing it again. This is so strange. Why does it do that? Okay, so the X is bringing it up. Is this going to start like squashing it? No, this one does. Well, I mean, yeah, that one does nothing. This is so weird. I am really quite confused. There's just something about this rotation that's... Probably this one. That's crazy. Sure. This is exactly what I thought of doing. What is going on? Cosine, negative sine, sine, cosine. Okay. He moves it, rotates it, moves it. Allegioportos, thanks for following. So he moves it, rotates it, moves it. Why is this being so strange? Why do I have to write it out like this? Why can't I do... This would be minus pivot. Okay, so it does work? I feel like I'm being gaslit. That it doesn't work, and then it does work? 10. Also, why is the X and Y like flipped? Why is it flipped? Can I swap it? Oh, I can. Okay, now that makes sense. Although I guess this should be plus and then minus. Or is that right? Okay, yeah, minus and then plus. Alright. Although weirdly, it's not moving it back. I don't know why. This is super strange. Okay. I'm going to do vertex x minus equals pivot y. Vertex y plus equals pivot x. I don't know why it's like this, but apparently it is. Yeah, and it's not moving it back. What? Okay. Am I crazy, or is this just being really strange? Okay, so I've moved it back, and now I want to add it again. Why is it slowly moving? Why is it slowly moving? Are these... I think... Let me look at this. Okay. So this is short, medium, medium to, or sorry, long, medium, medium to short. I mean, it is still slowly moving it. Why? What do I not understand? He just subtracts. Can I just do this in the fragment then? The thing is, I think if I draw this outside of... If I move any pixel outside, it's going to just delete it. It's just going to flip it off. Even though I don't have any of this clip content stuff turned on. Right? Yeah, none of this is on. Even though it shouldn't do that. Oh, this isn't how the fragment shader works anyway. I don't actually get to place it. Yeah, because it's not like that. I mean, just like, why can't I rotate it myself? Why won't they let me rotate it? Why is that a problem? Like, just, like, straight up unlock this and let me rotate it. And I don't get why vertex is in pixels. That is so strange. All right, so what I do, canvas space to clip space. I need, they have, is model matrix times the vertex, right? So I guess what I can do is I can rotate the model matrix. Maybe that'll work. Okay. So also set that back. Classic bool just popping up. Let's go. You definitely just want to write bool right here, don't you? Set the vertex. I will do vertex equals, how do they do it? The matrix times the vertex. I guess I can just do this. Yeah, I guess I can just do this. Times that, and then yes, this still works. Good. Okay. So what I would do is take the model matrix times this. Or no, it's the other way. Which way is it? It would be the other way around. Interesting. Where is he going? "90" puts it there. Okay, right, good. Why is this their example? Wow, render mode skip vertex transform. You know, vertex is modified in world coordinates. Okay, so skip vertex transform. So now do I do this? Sweet. Okay. So I will take my vertex, pivot, and then add the pivot back. Okay, so it's still moving. I mean, I feel like the order should be this way, shouldn't it? Should this be the order? I mean, definitely not, I guess. Yeah, because it's like rotating from way up there. I feel like it really should be this way. The other way around. Maybe not. Maybe instead of doing the vertex, I would be moving model matrix by a translation. What about translation? Isn't even doing anything crazy, it's just going... I don't follow. Do I move the model matrix? Why doesn't he show how to do this with matrices? No such thing. Okay. Really? This is really strange. Oh. I'm really not getting why this doesn't work. Would it be... No, vertexes are definitely like pixel values. Now let me try this. How do I access these? Would it be... I mean, yeah, where's it transform? This is so dumb. This is such a dumb thing. I just want to rotate this. This is dumb. I rotate. I'll do this in a shader. I'll do it in a shader. It's dumb because I need to use it in a shader because Godot does not allow me to rotate the texture myself. It does not allow me to rotate a texture because it's inside of a container that manages the layout, which for some reason it manages rotation, which is really stupid that it manages rotation. I should just be able to change that anyway. And so I have to make a shader to apply this rotation, but the shader is always going to rotate it around a pivot point that I can't change because the pivot point is 0. I can't change the pivot offset. And yeah, it starts moving it out. What is that ghost effect? Okay, I'm just gonna do this. This is like a really dumb way to do it, and I don't know why it's set up like this, but we gotta do it this way. Alright, well I do have to do that at least. So I won't do this, and I'll just add an offset. Expected token uniform. Yeah, sure you did. I feel like an idiot. And I feel like an idiot because this is being dumber than me. That's all I wanted to do. All they had to do was allow me to rotate it from here. Just, there's no reason this slider needs to be disabled. It straight up doesn't need to be. You can just turn it on and I can rotate it. I should even be able to change the pivot offset as well. No reason to lock me out of that. Alright, 30 degrees. So, essentially what I would do here is I would have this be some value I can set on the bullets for the stock, because currently I can't actually do that. So weapon resource, this would be under ammo actually. Here, an ammo resource. Underneath display, UI texture, and then I would have this would be an export range. And then, what is it? Radians as degrees. Okay. And then a texture offset. That is unbelievably annoying, the way that's set up. material. What is it? Shader. Okay. Material as shader material. If we have it, set shader parameter rotation to be stock ammo UI texture rotation and then offset. Okay. Now I do a little scene reload and it's back to normal. And then if I change my go to grab preview, open this, or open this, and then I set, it's not rotating, but you know, okay. 30, and then I think this was, I don't even know. Just whatever, save, reload scene. It didn't apply it. Why not? Okay, nonsense errors. It is a shader material. Did it actually save? It did save. UI texture rotation. Go again. Did it delete the shader I put on here? It did not. The rotation is set. Oh, right. This is no longer that. Will just be rotation. There we go. And of course it's backwards. So we must always want to do that. All right, cool. And now I guess I could, why is that to 5 decimal places for pixels? It's crazy. 15, that's too high. 3, 16, 16 and 3. All right. Reload scene. Awesome. So now the idea is that I go in here now and I load in I go here, I load in this shader. Rotate UI. Cool. One sec. And I gotta close the window behind me. Okay. Better lighting now. sun was like going over my screen. So I have the shader. I'm going to make a method here that just creates... you know what? Let me go out here where I have, or sorry, here, and just make a function that creates one for me. Because it can be a pretty common thing. That would provide it a texture to use. Oh man, provide a texture to use. Sorry. What is this? A UI texture is a what? I wish I knew. I wish I knew. A UI texture is... a texture 2D. And... takes in a texture 2D to create the texture rect, and then I guess my thought was I wanted to return this material so I can modify it. But I guess I can just pass in. Okay. Rotation, and then it has to return the texture rect. Just to be sure, these are... yeah, these should always be passed by reference. They should be. So I come down here. I do all that. I have to do the owner thing. So instead of... well, I guess not exactly. Yeah, I do this. Texture rect with all of these values. What is this? I mean, yeah, I guess I just do ammo get type, and then I do... texture rotation. Texture offset. Yes, it does exist. Texture will be equal to texture. Is that a shadowed parameter? It is not. Good. Okay, and then the rotation is, or not quite like that. Then you get the material. I already have some of the code written out here. Do I? I thought I did. Yeah, I did. material will be... Oh, this one saves it here. Who has this? I'll just call it rotate, I guess. Yeah, get a resource. This, I guess this is just instantiate. What do I do here? What type is this? It is a shader. I want... This class is used by a shader material and allows you to write your own... Right. Right, that's how this works. Okay. I create a shader material. Shader is equal to rotate UI, and then I would do plus texture rect. Was that, and then these values. And then I return the value. Okay, create texture rect, add it. Good. No errors anymore. Okay. So if I do reload, they should have been rotated. What's wrong? Try again. Invalid call to update on a placeholder. I mean, that's just not true. Unless there's a bug here. I'm a little confused. Yeah, I should probably turn that off, shouldn't I? I'm not sure how that's possible. I mean, that's not true. That's just not true. Why is this only popping up sometimes? This was only happening sometimes, and now it's happened like 3 times in a row. On line 139. Which just means that this is being called before... Alright, I don't believe you. Try again, Godot. I think you're drunk. Oh, wait, Godot was drunk. It was just being annoying. Okay. It still told me that it couldn't do it, apparently. I mean, which I just don't believe. Oh yeah, now it's fine. Now it's totally fine. Okay. Cool. So now what I think of what to do is make it so that these come in with Setting the size, so round, what? Round texture, what is it? Texture rect is expand mode. So expand mode is going to be, I think I say fit width and then I set the height. Or I should probably set the, what do I set? Do I set the width or the height? I guess in this case I would set the height, so I want to set fit width, which, I mean, I don't get this expand mode. It's got to be misnamed, right? It's just got to be misnamed. So then I say custom minimum size. The Y value will be, what do I set it here on the HUD for the stock texture? Fit height. Oh, I set the width to 18. Okay, I guess I would do the same thing. Well, yeah, because I think I want all of these to be oriented vertically, so it makes sense to set that there. But I think on the pistol I do want to set this to a certain value. Okay, because I want to be able to do this and like set it here, I'll do an export. Export range 0 to, I guess, 100. One, yeah. And then or greater, and that's it. This will be in fact, nah, I can leave it as a float. But I will limit myself to that. So I'll say 18, I guess, is the default. And when I set this value, I want to go through everything in the ammo stock for ammo flow, for child and ammo flow. I will do child custom I can just say and then rect custom minimum size x equals ammo icon size. Or sorry, y. I'm setting y. Yeah, setting the Y gives me more control over the width, I guess. Because the Y, I would make that much larger. Okay. So I'm going to go with this. Reload. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. But you know what? Whatever. Maybe it was about to mess with me again and like do a half update on some resource, which was gonna really mess with everything. So maybe that was a good thing that that happened. Okay, so it definitely didn't work. It definitely just didn't work. Why not? I set the expand mode to fit width proportional, and then I set the custom minimum size Y to this value, and then I added it here. Can this stop opening? I don't need that. Please. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So is it something with how I've set this ammo flow? I don't think so. They are just not... Get children on a null value. What? What? What do you mean null value? Oh, you don't mean null value at all. Oh, look, it's finally updated here. What is going on? This is the weirdest thing. How weirdly this just doesn't update. Also, that can't be right. That's not 18 pixels tall. I mean, it looks different, but that can't be 18 pixels tall. How tall is this? It's 18. It's fit height. Fit height to set the width. Fit width to set the height. Okay? Fit width to set the height. Do I gotta save it 20 times and then hit reload? This is so crazy to me. Why does that happen? They're still here. How is it telling me that it failed to update, but they're still here? This baffles me. Okay, so what if I set this to 14? Do they get smaller? No. Can I call get children? I mean, you did it because they're there. Can I call get children on null value? They're there. What are you talking about? They're there. You've put them in there, so they must be there. This is really, really annoying. I don't really understand how... Also, I'm setting the owner. The owner is supposed to allow it to appear in the list. Right? I do set the owner? Or I don't. Okay, let me add this as an owner so I can update it. This will allow it to show up in the list when I hit reload. Or just not. Alright, reload project. I'm sick of it. It's being weirdly inconsistent with me. Why is it not here? I set the owner. The owner is what allows us to appear in in the scene. Nodes not owned by the scene root are usually not displayed in the scene doc and will not be saved. Print this, remember setting the owner after calling add child. Do I do it before I add child? Is that what lets you work? Owner must be an ancestor in the tree. Yeah, I thought. I didn't mean to hit that one, I just wanted to reload the scene. But alright, whatever. I'll just keep reloading the project. Maybe it'll eventually figure out what's going on and be nice. I mean, there's just so many errors to throw at me. Pistol UI, line 11. Maybe I can figure out what's going on. Okay, so if what is it, is ready? If is node ready. Okay, do this. I mean, it's still not showing up. Do I need to set owner to... Is it supposed to be... equals... weapon HUD owner. This is supposed to pop up in the list. Well, there it is. Okay. And then that does nothing. Okay. Editable children. Layout. 10. Is this one just the wrong way to go? What? Why are those ones changing? This is really strange. Why are these all... This is so strange. What is happening? Container sizing. Horizontal. Shrink begin. Vertical. Shrink center. Okay. So container sizing has to be... Oh my god. Size flags horizontal has to be just shrink center. Or shrink begin. Okay? Okay. Size flags horizontal. Size flags horizontal is a bit field size flags. I don't know what a bit field is. What is this type? Okay, I guess I don't really need to think about that. String center. Vertical is, or sorry, shrink center here. Shrink begin there. Okay. Alright, scene. Reload. It's funny. Reload. Or save and then reload. Alright. Cool. Alright. Where would I set spacing? So let's say 53, I guess. $53 ammo. I will place separation 3 pixels. Save. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take the owner off of this now so that it's not saving. I just wanted to do that so that I could see it and understand what was going on. Okay, yeah, of course that one goes away. Now strangely, it seems like it didn't respect the separation value at all. Okay, it's just that the separation value needs to be way higher. Cool. A little too high. Right, a little bit less. Okay, a little bit more. 8. Sure. Now, these are kind of doing stuff a bit weird, I think. It seems like this should be aligning items to the top. But it's not doing that. They're like down and to the left a lot. So I mean, it almost looks like interesting. It almost looks like it's not being aligned to the corner. So I expect them to appear up here. So maybe it was just that anchor mode. No. It's almost like they're lined up as if this thing wasn't translated at all. So what happens if I move this? Yeah, what happens if I move this? I can't move it. You think I can't move it. You think I can't move it? What? What's going on here? Those just don't seem right at all. So I'm going to add one of these and see if this makes sense. Okay. So then I'll put this material onto it. $30. Okay. Actually, this value. And then, the offset is like a static offset, isn't it? Okay, I think I get it. This is why I would love to have pivot working. If pivot worked, this wouldn't be an issue. Why does the pivot not work? Okay, new idea. New thought. I might have already tried it. So essentially what I do is I take vertex, I apply this rotation to the vertex. Okay, so I need to do it this way though. Vertex. So I apply it that way. I guess this would be minus and this would be adding. And then I would do this. Okay. And then I would do vertex model matrix times that. Okay, not at all. Not at all. Would I do minus equals... No, how does that work? What? How does that work? Let me just try this. I mean, it seems like it's kind of working. I mean, almost. I can't divide it in half. Minus equals 20, and then minus equals... It's probably like 80. Alright, so I'm rotating it around this point. Okay? And then I would... This might actually be working. No, not there. Whoops, yeah, not there. Oh my god, it's working. Okay, so I did just have this wrong. Alright, alright. If it's... Although... I wish I knew the size of the texture. I guess I do know its size, right? Do I know its size? Do I know its size at this point when I run this? Size. Size of the node's bounding rectangle in the node's coordinate system. Container nodes update this property automatically. Okay. So all I have to do is pass in this size. So I would subtract size x over 2 . So I'd censor so that we're at 0, and then I would do, I guess, size over half, and then pivot I want to be from 0 to 1. So 0 is this. 1 would be, or sorry, 0 would be none of this at all. Would it just be this times pivot x? and then I would add it back. I think this was it. Okay, so I subtract that times its pivot. So 0 would be just 0. 1 would be all the way to the right corner. 0.5 would be in the middle, and then 0.5 would be in the middle. Okay. And stock texture. Let me put this in process. Because it needs that. So stock texture is here. So mat is that. If we have the material, then I'm setting it to size. And honestly, why don't we get size here? That would be nice if we got size. Wait, texture pixel size? Oh, what? How did I miss that? Normalized pixel size for a sprite 2D with a texture of size that texture pixel size. That's really annoying. Why do they call it texture pixel size, but it's normalized? Because I actually want the other way around. Okay, so I actually do get texture pixel size. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't have to do this. Good. Glad I don't have to do that. So this should just be not size. This will be texture pixel size, or I guess it would be pivot divided by texture pixel size plus pivot over texture pixel size. Okay. Looks like it might have already been doing something, which is nice. Although I don't think I'm actually setting this value. It's not, yeah, I'm not setting it to be value. Mil, it will be 0.5 and 0.5. And then yeah, well, sorry, delete that. Well, actually, I guess I can test to make sure that this works now, right? It definitely works. Sweet. Yeah, that is annoying that it's the inverse. There's no need for that to be the inverse. I guess the idea is you would be using this for like a UV coordinate, but why do a division for me if you are not positive that I want it that way? Because then you're just making me do a division on my side. We're just wasting milliseconds, man. Microseconds, really. Wasting time. Alright, sweet. And yeah, it's awesome. It works exactly as I expect. Super duper. Save that. Super awesome. Super cool. 0.5, 0.5. Odd. Odd. Very odd. Point 0.5 is putting it like the bottom corner. Why are you doing that? I feel like you're broken. Texture pixel size. Huh. How do I know the scale of this? Because I would need to multiply this by the scale, I guess. Damn. Really? How do I extract? I guess you can, right? Yeah, you can extract scale out of the model matrix. Let me try to do that. Or look that up. How do I decompose into translation, rotation, and scale? Flashbang. Oh my god, it's so bright. Extract translation. Basically the last column, right? Extract scale. Take the length of the first 3 columns. First 3 column vectors. Oh. Scale is equivalent to that. Okay. It is not precisely true. Matrix obtained in 3rd step still has 6 degrees of freedom, and it is composition of shear and rotation. Okay. Extract translation from the last column. TL. Affine matrices. Okay. So I just take AEI B of J, the absolute value of these vectors, or the length of these vectors is my scale. Okay. And I only have to worry about, I guess, the first 2, so A, E, B, and F. Is this scaled? It is scaled, right? Oh no. Wait, this isn't the same thing. No, this isn't the same thing. This is not going to work. That's not going to work. No. Yeah, it's not. It's not going to work. I can set the vertex during the fragment shader. Man. I guess I do have to set the size of it constantly. I can't just use the texture. Well, why does it work? Okay, why does it work on these ones? Why does it work here? I guess because I didn't scale it, right? Yeah. And I can't know the relationship between the size of this. Because I'm pretty sure that one just, yeah, it doesn't come in with any kind of scale. The scale, yeah, the scale would just be 1. This value I would really like to have. I mean, this would just be so much easier if I could just set rotation. There's just no reason that I can't, that I'm not allowed to do that. There's just no reason I'm not allowed to do that. There's really not. Is there some way that I could... No, probably not. Yeah, that would make sense. Man. Yeah, I have to pass in size. That's nice, but it doesn't work. I have to pass in size. Texture pixel size is not the same as the actual image size. Oh wow, I still have it in my... Here, nice. Cool. That should work. Should work. And I'm basically going to copy this and move this into... Yeah, I guess what I have to do is I have to go into process here, loop through my stock. So I already have that. Skip those. Okay, so then I do this again. If we have the material, set it to child size. Okay. So now HUD and this are working, right? Reload. Awesome. It got the rotation there. This one for some reason didn't. Ah, of course. I get it. Quickly type this before it... Okay, it just straight up ignored me. Okay, there we go. And reload. UI texture offset. Well, of course. It is now known as UI texture pivot. Cool. Awesome. Now, as I change this, one sec. Now, I mean, maybe not as I change this, but that's a good pivot right there. They're still in a weird spot. So let me try just copying this in here to imitate this. So this would be heap size. We'll have this. And it will have... Ooh. I guess it's actually running as a tool. Wait, yeah, how is it not? It should be running right now. I guess I need to save and reload. Not run. Reload the scene. Why is it not running process? It should be running process here. For child in here, texture rect, shader material, size. Oh, the size is set. There it is. Okay. 0.5, 0.5, and then I will apply. Yeah, see, this doesn't make sense. This is not where it's showing up. So what? Container sizing, this should be shrink begin, and then this should be shrink center. And then expand mode is fit width. And then I set 40. So does that look the same? Yeah, these are way off. Those seem way off. Set to 53. Yeah, I mean, that's not correct. Have I set this up the right way? So they should be fit width proportional. Size Y is ammo icon size. Shrink begin, shrink center. Those are the only things I've changed here. Oh, yeah, no, pivot's being set correctly. Yeah, pivot's definitely being set correctly, because it's set here. Ah, it's set offset. Pivots. That would explain it. Pivot, pivot. Okay, reload. All right. That looks better. So now ammo flow. Is this one just, I need to like say vertical shrink begin? Okay, that doesn't do anything. Do I have to set size here? Oh, I set it to 50 in it. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right. Custom minimum size, 50. I guess this should be anchor, shouldn't it? But yeah, just go and delete that. Oh, it's setting it, I think it's setting its size. It's weird. It is weird. It is being strange, definitely. Alright, so maybe panel isn't it? Because I thought this would take on the size of its container, but I guess not. I could use, like... Could I do like this? And then... No. It would definitely have to be here. I mean, okay. I guess I could do this. This was the thought that I had. I could use a margin container. Because I guess technically that's what this is meant for, right? I would set some value here, like the top and bottom margin, and then it would align itself. Pretty much. Why does it keep moving it? This is really weird how it keeps moving it. I just want to sit there, please. Cool. Right, and now the pistols do need to be, or the bullets need to be slightly smaller. A little bit smaller. A little bit smaller and move them up. Move them up more. Why is that margin not doing anything? The margin's not doing anything. I don't believe you. I'm reloading the project. I don't believe that the margin is doing nothing at all. Because it's obviously positioned it in a good spot. It's just not, for some reason, updating. Or something, is there something about this that I'm not... What? How? How? How is that in the right position? Right. Yeah, that's what was going on. Okay. I should have known it was my fault. Okay, probably back to 35 then. A little bit up. Okay. So if I bring this up to 13, we have 13 bullets there. Cool. It does look a bit silly though, I think. It does look a little silly. Maybe I should do 13 does not divide equally. Also, you can actually have 14. So I could do 2 rows of 7. How could I do 2 rows of 7? Is there a way to set that here? I guess not. Okay. Row 1 and row 2. Seven each. And then this would actually be ammo. Row 1, row 2. Yeah, I guess I would just do this. I guess 4. Do it like this. Row get children. Same thing here. Do that. Update. I actually want to check the current weapon type that I'm saving, or the ammo type that I'm saving, because I want these to be like faded out and then faded when the bullet is there. But then the extra bullets, when you have like a chambered round and you hit reload, will appear. It won't be a saved. It won't be a saved one. So yeah, I guess I would just have ammo row 1 and ammo row 2. And then I would update, I guess I would track this. So let me just do an export here. Greater. You should be above the exports. Or should they? Yeah, above the exports. And then, yeah. Row size 1 to 7 with 7 as the value. And then it will track reserve type. And I will track yeah, what I think I want to do is I want to add basically when this comes in, when I get my weapon, I check the current reserve type. Also, this actually all goes away. I check the reserve type. If it's not the same as the one that I'm already tracking, then I wipe it and I start over. Yeah. I start over. I check the weapon reserve, ammo reserve size. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm back. Okay. Wow, it's starting to get dark. Dang. Maybe we can open my window now. I can. Alright. So my idea here is that also I realized I definitely should have just done a visual mock-up of this, because then I would have known very quickly that it looks a bit silly if they're all in one row, and I would have written it the first time with 2 rows. So what I'm gonna do is I get the add ammo reserve. Yeah. So what I do is I check sorry. I check the current ammo type, the reserve type. If these are not the same, then I need to clear the whole list. I get a restart. Maybe I should make this... I don't know, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's fine. Remove child, queue free, and then I will add I guess, yeah, I'll add everything in here up to reserve size. Checking, of course, my row size. And the last row I'm just going to fill up if I go over it. This is more just so I know where to break the first time. Well, I guess I know that if I have 2 rows, I'll always just divide it by 2. And then I'll round up. So I take 13 divided by 2, which can be 6.5, and then round up. So the first row gets 1 more. I'll just do that. That doesn't need to be an export. Oh, and I thought I didn't even notice that this is actually here already. Yeah. So yeah, 4i in range. Ammo reserve size. Then I would get a row. Row is going to be an H-box container. Start with ammo row 1. I'll do this. If I is greater than... Let me check it here. So half will be an int, and it will be ammo reserve size, which should be an integer. It doesn't tell me when one way or the other, but I know what it is. So I'd like to make this a float. Divided by 2. Cast this to an integer, which will truncate it, and then add 1. Wait, this will be from 0 to 13, or 0 to 12. So actually 12, yeah, 13. Divide by 2, 6.5. Truncate it to 6, add 1 is 7. I guess I say if we're greater than or equal to... Actually, let me just do that. I think I can just do this. If we're greater than half. So half is now going to be 6. Hey, Eternal Lord. Working on the pistol UI right now. Half be 6. Cool, sounds hard. Yeah, UI is a bit difficult to work with, I guess. That's the best way I could say it. But a lot of this is already set up. I'm pretty much just copying a lot of the code out into their own scripts and then modifying them per weapon. So when this is 6, that means we're placing the 7th value. So half will be 6. Okay. So yeah, that's good. Those are placed in row 1. Gotta get some input on my material I made. Sure. What do you have? Do you have like a screenshot? Ice PBR. Ah. Looking at it. I'm trying to think of what it looks like. I do like it. It's like, I guess I would like to see what it looks like when it's really, like, in the light. Like, it's reflecting into you, because all I get is this up here. I mean, yeah, I like it. Yeah, I don't have any... The only stuff I could say about it is, like, maybe how I might tune it. But at that point, that's definitely just taste. This is good, though. Like I said, I guess, depending on how it reflects, I could mistake this more for like some kind of stone instead of ice. So as long as it's like reflective in the light and it looks like it's ice. I guess that would be, yeah, that'd be more like depending on how you use it. But yeah, this looks good. I can't say anything bad about it. It also kind of looks like dragon scales or something. Like you could use this for maybe some modification to make it look more scaly, but yeah, probably if you were gonna do another image, I would keep this one and do like another of this next to it where the light is hitting it directly. So you can see more of how it looks like when it's reflected. But yeah, that's cool. Row 1, row 2, I have the row. Now I'm just adding it to the thing. Type. Yeah, these are just used to get that. So let me change this to be ammo resource and then apparent. And I would know the ammo resource. I guess I can just get it up here. Ammo will be weapon, supported ammunition, get dot get reserve type. And then I guess now I would just say reserve type is not equal to ammo type. And it's going to be upset because I don't have an as written here. Well, I guess it's just going to be mad because I don't have... Because I have that. Cool. Ammo type. So I add it. I have the row. I'm just going to do add ammo reserve to this row. And then I almost want to let it return. Let it return this, because then I could say, I could apply the fade in or fade out right there. So let me return the text direct. And then this one, I don't think I have to do this anymore. And it was wrong anyway. So yeah. Add ammo reserve, and then I would check if, and I guess this could be an export. Ammo icon size. Reserve opacity. Just leave it at 0.5. If I plus 1 is less than dog's just barking at something. If I plus 1 second. I'm back. If I plus 1 is... Wow, and then he decides to bark a lot again. Okay. I'm back. Okay. I would get the, what would I get here? I would get the, I have the ammo, and then I have the, I guess you can do ammo count, would be weapon, reserve total, plus, and then I would just do if chambered is chambered. Weapon is chambered, then I would also do add 1. If I is greater than so 0 would be 1. Yeah. It's greater than ammo count. No direct. Self-modulate. Equal to color. Is it? Can I just do? Is there not something that just changes the opacity? Because that's what I would really like to do. I don't want to modulate it, I think. I want to make it slightly transparent. Visibility. Oh, could I just set opacity there then? Is that what I would do? Ah, nice. Okay, I can just set opacity on that. Good. Self-modulate A equals reserve opacity. Cool. And then after all of that, I do... I know that I can chamber 1, so I'll just leave a note here. So this will just be an invisible round that doesn't show up, but it will appear if you were to chamber and then reload the weapon again. Pistol can chamber 1 round, so add an invisible rect on the last row. But this would mean when you hit reload, you would see... I mean, well, I guess I add it to the very first one. So yeah, this would be fine. I'm not setting this to be visible or not if there's a round chambered. Or well, I guess I am. I'm just adding another one, and then when I do the updates, then I can set this as being visible or not. If the ammo count is greater than the reserve. How would that work? Yeah, if the ammo count is greater than the reserve, then I would make this visible. That's what I do. We add it to the last row, and then I would do if the ammo count is greater than the weapon reserve size. Visible is true. I guess I would just set it to be this. Right. And then here I'm done, I return. Otherwise, when I update the weapon, I'm just running through the list and setting the modulation stuff. Pretty much just doing all this again. Actually, I guess what I would do is that can just be added there. Interesting. Yeah, this can actually just be added here. I can do all that, and then actually, yeah, I guess this would all... Alright, let me do this. Let me set a Boolean. If I am adding stuff or not. Yeah, I guess just adding. If we're adding reset, then I would do this here. And then I would say, yeah, just if adding, I do that. And then I don't need all of this. This would just be set here. So text direct is going to be empty, and then I do if adding, we add it. Otherwise, I'm getting the child equals if I is greater than half, I could also just do I equals half here. That says safe, because this is like a list, so I is reset, so I can change it without having to fear about these things doing anything crazy. Although this one does actually become a problem, so yeah, I guess let me check another one. Let me call this K, and I do I, and int will be equal to K. If I is greater than half, do that. Otherwise, when I do go down here, this would be K plus 1. It's greater than ammo count. And then I would do a check here to see if this is the chamber thing. Actually, I guess this would come out here. Text direct if adding, chamber is adding to that. Otherwise, chamber will be the last child of row 2. This lets me do -1, right? Yeah, cool. This will continue to run around. And is shown on the last row if needed. So chamber visible will be if ammo count is greater than the reserve size, which means we must have a round chambered. So I show it. Here I would do row get child of I think. Yes. And then I just update these. All right, I think that should be good. So let me see. Awesome. It's 2 rows now, so if I add another one, it appears. Good. And when I go down, nice. They fade away. Awesome. 1,000 errors. Sweet. So that's probably not faded enough, I think. Maybe. And yeah, then it shows up when you need it. Sweet, okay. So let me try this out. Should just be able to run this with no errors. Cool, no errors. But then I picked it up and then I have nil, of course. I have nil. That means I don't have any get reserve type. Right, this would return 0. So if I don't have anything loaded, this returns 0. Do I call get reserve type any other time? Not really. I guess what we can do here is just ask if this is null. So or actually not even that. I would just assume the default. Right? I would just assume the default. So if I don't have ammo, then I would like to also do, I think this is a dictionary, right? Yeah. Do this, that. Actually, I guess I don't really need to do it that way. I'm just getting the first value out of the supported weapon type. So ammo will be weapon, ammo supported front. Sure. So now it will default to just being the normal type. And it apparently is fully loaded, which is not true. I mean, it should not be true. I guess it could have been loaded. I guess I didn't check. It does come loaded. Okay. So if I hit charge, nothing should change when I shoot. Oh. Weird. Weird. Why did that happen? It's like there's an extra bullet in there. Oh, the first shot didn't. Charged. Alright, so what's going on there? What could be the reason for that? I mean, I guess I'll just put a breakpoint here and see what happens. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Back to the game. I will charge and it should call that. Oh, it didn't. Okay, but shooting should trigger this. Okay. So I got ammo. Indeed, there are 12. And there is a chambered round. Why is there a chambered round? Because technically it is still chambered, but it is not live. And is chambered and yeah, how do I actually know this value? Is reserve full? I guess I could just do get chambered round and then check is live there. That might be better. Whoa. Alright. I was wondering why it looked a little bit weird. Get chamber round. I would like to actually be able to ask the question if this is live without having to reach in here and pull the value directly. Chambered round live. Yeah, so there's nothing here for that, so I'm going to add that. Is chambered and yeah. I think I have a lot of code that just grabs this value directly, which is kind of bad. Okay, that would be what's happening. I thought it would trip when I chamber the round though. I feel like it should. It probably should. So when I shoot, there we go. Yeah, because on the time that it updates it and says, hey, we updated our gun. I guess it should also, I guess that would also be fixed if chambering caused an update. Why do I feel like I shot and it didn't? That's weird. I feel like I had a bullet fire that wasn't real or something. That's cool. Because I feel like I was shooting there and it didn't make one of those go away as I was shooting. Okay, let's test this. I have to be very careful and only pick up the ammo. If I hit the rifle, yeah. Alright, so if I hit reload, good. And then if I charge, it's already charged. If I hit reload again, it does eject the round actually. Why do those seem to like flash like that? Why do those flash? Something's going on here. They're flashing because I think they're rebuilding the list. I'm not even sure how that's possible. Actually, that doesn't seem right. Let me just do a print here. I think it's flashing because it's remaking this list. So I can't actually unload. Oh, this is funny. It's just like, oh wow, I'm making a lot of errors. Okay, my bad. Yeah, the pistol shouldn't be allowed to unload. I mean, I guess for now it can't be allowed to unload because, well, yeah, you can't unload the pistol because you always load a full magazine of whatever you have. So unloading would just be kind of dumb. So if I hit charge and then I hit reload, yeah, it cleared it like 3 times there. Oh, is this because I don't actually set the value? That would be why. That would be why. So then I need to set reserve type to be ammo type. And I guess I can just do that right away after I check, because I already have adding set. Okay, now that won't be happening when I reload. They'll just fade out. I need bullets. Carefully pick them up. It did say clearing ammo icons like 5 times. It's still doing it. Every time I update it, it's still doing it. Why is it doing that? Is it because I'm setting it to like a 0 value? Possibly. It would do that if I set it to 0. So I'm setting it to, well, I guess adding is true. Reserve type is 0. So I've set reserve type to 1. Okay. And then I've just run this again. Why is reserve type 0? I know why. It's because the HUD is actually deleting this every time. That would be why. Because that just got, it just straight up deleted it and is adding it back. So, this is the case again where I'm not setting the value. Weapon. There we go. Now it's not going to be adding it every time I do anything with it, because that's what it was doing. Okay, continue. Reserve type should still be 1. Indeed it is. Good. Adding is false. And it does seem to be empty though, which is weird. Okay, now that's strange. It's like it's not calling it at all anymore. Oh, right. That's it. I guess it would actually be... No, that's all right. That's right. Because we never set it to be 1. What? Why is there a thing in there? That's really strange. So I think it means that this is not adding correctly. So half is 6. 6. And then I go to 7. 7 minus 6 is 1. Okay. Seven minus 6 is 1. That is true. Cool. Awesome. Grab the ammo. Very carefully. Now I reload. Cool. I do know that I set this to be very deliberate, that you always eject the round for a magazine. The reload always ejects. But I would definitely like to not actually push the round, because I do recover it. So you'll see on the stock counter it goes up to like 188 as I do the unload. Ah, right. The reason I have to do that is because if I'm loading in, if I have a magazine weapon, the magazine weapon can't share the ammo. It can't mix ammo types. So that's why I said reloading has to remove a chambered round, always, for a magazine weapon. Now maybe I should revisit that and say, if the chambered round is live, keep it in. And then perhaps allow you to charge a weapon if the chambered round type doesn't match the reserve type, so you're still able to get that round back. Because I would like it to be that if you hit reload, I guess there's a certain amount of time, right, before the round ejects when you hit reload. So if I tap, the round ejects and it goes out. But maybe if I hold, the round doesn't eject and it stays in. But then I still have the option to like press E to charge the weapon to eject that round that's different. Okay, I'm doing weapon UI. That's a good idea, I think. I'm gonna write that down as a future thing to do. But for now, I'm not gonna touch that. I think I'll even do this after level blocking, because this is gonna be kind of far away. So for magazine weapons, because it's already supported that the chambered round can be different than the reserve, so it's not really mixing, right? The magazine still has the same type throughout, but the chambered round can be of any type it wants. I could, in theory, have a round chamber that is not even supported by the weapon, and the weapon would still fire it without any problems. So yeah, I'm going to write this down as a to-do after I do in the future, but this is definitely one thing I want to add in. Allow keeping chambered, or keeping it alive, round chambered during reload. Perhaps keep chambered if reload input is held when it would normally eject. The reason I don't want to do this now is because I know there was a time where I specifically said to myself, I always know that a chambered round ejects during a reload of a magazine weapon. That was the thing that I said. I always know a reload ejects a round. Live or not. So it's possible I have some code somewhere that really strongly relies on that assumption. So it's possible it could get more than just a simple, oh, don't eject the round if the button is held. Perhaps keep chambered if reload input is held when it would normally eject. Allowing an effective mixed load on magazine weapons. Also, allow charging a magazine chambered weapon. I guess all magazine weapons are chambered. Allow charging a magazine weapon if the chambered round is a different type than the reserve. Maybe require the input to be held for some time to prevent check charges from ejecting a round. Because I would also imagine that some people might just walk around and then just press the charge button to make sure their weapon is charged. So they may not intend to actually eject that unique round from the weapon. So make them hold down the button if it's a different type to eject a round. Because otherwise, the only time they're allowed to charge the weapon is if the chamber is empty. And there's a round in the magazine. That's a really big explanation of that. Alright, well, there's that. This is pretty good. This works nicely. It supports this extra bullet for now. That one will need to be... I guess the texture will need to be set differently as well. So let me even go into the script and make sure that that's ready. If we're adding, and we have a chamber round, yeah, I guess what I would do is I would just ask what type it is and then change the texture to match that. I would change the texture. Yeah, I would just set the texture and the rotation of the pivot as needed. If we're adding, I guess I would get it here. I guess, yeah, this is actually an issue. I mean, it's not really an issue. If you have a chambered round that's not supported, I guess I can't really do anything about that. So I would just use the default. I would just set it, I would just assume it's the same type of ammo you have loaded. So yeah. Chamber ammo is going to be weapon, get chamber round dot ammo. And I will say, when I run that, it does this. Yeah, so this could be null if it's not a supported round. And we'll just default back to ammo. Otherwise, I get this, and I will do chamber texture is equal to chamber ammo UI texture. And just set all these values. UI texture rotation and texture pivot. Yeah. I guess you could make a function that's like update texture rect to change the texture and all of this on it. I'll do that because, yeah, I'm going to end up duplicating that as well. I'm going to need that for other stuff. So it gets a new texture, a rotation, and such. And this is long enough that I probably need, yeah. This can be a static function. This doesn't do anything like self, does it? Unless I'm not allowed to get... yeah, I should be allowed to get that. This doesn't need to return anything. It just needs to set the texture. And then these shader parameters. Just grab all that. Okay, and that's all I do there. And then I guess these would need the size, wouldn't? No, I run that update constantly up here. Maybe I make another one that's like... Actually, yeah, hang on, I can do this. I think I would like this to be a function because I'm going to call this on other ones too. I guess it's not actually necessary. Well, no, I definitely have to do this. Should I make that a function? Yeah, let me do this. This will just take an array of nodes. Or I guess groups, errands. And this will just essentially do this. Child as extract, if not rect, I continue. Otherwise, if you get it, I get that as a shader material. If I have it, I do this. Okay, so then I just do apply rect sizes to this. Is that bad to be making this every frame? Probably is. So then here I will do update texture rect chamber with chamber ammo, UI texture, chamber ammo, chamber ammo, UI rotation. And then pivot. There we go. Everything good? So now this would support in the future when the chamber ammo type changes. Why did I have 13 bullets? Why did this return null? Ah. That is a bug. So this would be a default value of ammo null. I think I wrote before that that would be an assumption that I make is always going to be that there's always going to be an ammo type there if I run that method, and it's a bug if I call it. I don't know. Okay. Alright, so nothing strange happened, so I'm going to assume that it's good. Very cool. Okay. I guess it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does come from the ammo bank, so it's possible that it could have a round chamber that is not in the ammo bank. Is that possible? I guess it would be 0. If the chambered round type is 0... Yeah, let me say this. Let me leave it as a bug. Not as a bug. But as a logical mistake if I call this function... It's a mistake if the ammo bank doesn't have the round type. So I'll say if chambered round type is 0, then I will return this. Or I guess I could say ammo. Do that, and then set ammo. I'm going to leave a note here. Yeah. So that's a mistake there. Cool, no bug that time. I mean, nothing should have changed. Ooh, what was that? Invalid access to property or key seen round unloaded. Ah. If round dict is live. How is it live? Oh, I did just chamber it. Huh? Oh, did I write that wrong? I might have wrote that wrong. No, that's correct. Who called this? Get chamber round. Oh, that's weird. This is like a totally different bug that I haven't found before. How is it live with no type? Because I definitely chambered it. I hit chamber because the only way I could reload is if I hit chamber. The round was set to live, but the ammo never set. That's weird. Okay, so I have a bug somewhere where I set the round type to being live. Somewhere I'm setting that to live and then I'm not. So this could be a possible point of failure. This could also be a possible point of failure. And in fact, that actually looks like the point of failure. No, it shouldn't be, because we're definitely setting it before that. But I'll leave it there anyway. Okay, so those are only places that I set it to be true. So all I did was I picked up ammo, I charged the weapon, and then I hit reload. That's what I did. Okay, so somewhere here is where it's going to be wrong. Simple reserve type is 1. Good. Okay, I charge it and then I hit reload and then I got the bug. Oh, it already happened. Weird. Weird. How did that happen? Weapon type is here. Well, that's not correct. I charged the weapon. Huh? What? Something is confusing to me. That's crazy. I don't know what that was. Let me go to where I set. Is this like another case where it's like deleting it and remaking it? Okay, let me run this. Take off the other breakpoints that I have. I must have, I wonder if I just broke it. If I somehow just broke this. That's crazy. How is that happening? How is that possible? I mean, I guess it comes from... I mean, I should look at this, right? Oh my gosh, why... Sorry. I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. I'm going crazy. Going crazy. Neat. Okay. What now? I mean, that's kind of like the pistol done, right? Pistol's kind of done. I think since I'm so close to 10 hours, a few seconds away, in fact, I'm just going to call it there. Flashbang. That's it for the stream. I will save this first and commit this because this is a lot of stuff. All right, status. What do we got? That is a lot of stuff, actually. It's kind of more than I thought. So I need to remove these two pictures that I took. These need to be removed before I commit. Delete that. I have it saved in another resource. And then this, like this thing needs to go away too. I guess I need to add something in here to ignore that. Wait, how did I get... That's not where this is saved. Right? That's... Yeah, it's not saved there. Why did it make a backup there? Weird. Yeah, that's not supposed to be there. Okay. Is this like an add everything kind of thing? Can I do that? That would be nice. So I changed the name of that. That is changed. Those are changed. The environment, that's not changed. Quit trying to pull a fast one on me here. Okay, I have a new image. The mesh just points to that now. All right. Those all moved. Are those masses? Yeah. Photo booth changed. The world is seen. I moved a bunch of stuff around, but that's fine. I'll leave that. Mainly because it would be annoying to put them back or to not commit it, because I really would like to just add all this in once. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. Ammo resource, got some stuff. That's good. I took off clip contents because there's no need to have that in the first place. Okay. Alright. Yeah, adding everything. New files there. That was weird. The lights on my webcam just flashed like it turned off. I think it just went to like a different mode because it got too dark. Probably. Yeah. It's too dark. Yeah, cool. Adding everything. So this is just, I'm just gonna call this updates. Maybe just refactor, I guess. Refactor weapon ammo UI. Weapons will now define their own UI scene for ammo state. HUD still manages selected stocks. Pistol and shotgun UI is set up, I guess. Shotgun not complete. Then this has a rename. Rename. Let's update ammo method to update weapon. Oh yeah, added. Right, I need to make sure that this mesh is going in correctly. Where are those materials? I don't see the materials. Okay, the materials need to go in there. So I can still commit this. I just need to make sure I add that, and then before I push. Added new 9mm mesh and expended version. Updated collision. We just update collider. New 9mm icon. What changed in player? Yeah, player just had the renames. Player was just the renames. And then rotation shader to get around an ability to rotate texture Rex if the container disallows it. That's it. Okay, now before I do this, I have to make sure I update this because I want these materials to get added in. Cool. Add everything and then get commit amend. Okay, it's all in. Cool. Push and then that's it. All right, well, thank you for watching. Thank you for all the follows, the raid, very, very cool. I will be back tomorrow in the morning to do this again another day. And hopefully get all the weapons, but I guess the revolver done, because that one's going to be the most complicated. The other weapons are probably going to follow the same way that I've done the pistol. Just having a line of like faded bullets. The shotgun, I should probably just go ahead and... Yeah, the shotgun I need to figure out. I don't exactly know how I want to do the shotgun. The UI for that one. The revolver I know exactly how, but I know it's going to be really... It's a big task for that one. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.